Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The sun was setting over the horizon of Athens, painting the sky with shades of orange and red, reminiscent of spilled blood. Theseus, son of the Aegean king, watched from the palace balcony as young people wept in the embrace of their families. It was time for the terrible tribute that Athens owed Crete. 7 boys and 7 girls were to be sent to the Labyrinth of the Minotaur. This cruel tradition had its origins in an ancient war between the two kingdoms. After the death of his son, Androgeus, on Athenian soil, King Minos of Crete, overcome by fury and the power of his superior army, imposed this punishment on the city. Every 9 years, 14 young men would be sacrificed to feed the monstrous Minotaur, the fruit of the unnatural union between Queen Pasiphae and a magnificent white bull sent by Poseidon. Theseus felt the weight of responsibility on his young but strong shoulders. Ever since he was a boy, he had heard stories about the labyrinth built by the genius Daedalus, a prison so complex that no human being had ever been able to find their way out after entering its winding corridors. The prince ran a hand through his dark hair, pensive, as he watched the movement in the harbor, where the black ship, with sails of the same color, awaited its human cargo. "My son," the deep voice of King Aegeus sounded behind him. "You don't have to do that. We've already lost too many young men to that freak." The old king put his hand on his son's shoulder, his eyes full of concern. Theseus turned to face him, determination shining in his gaze. "That's precisely why, father, I must go. I can't stand by while our people suffer. I am the Prince of Athens, and it is my duty to protect our citizens." His voice was firm, but gentle. "Besides, I've been trained by the best warriors. If anyone stands a chance against the Minotaur, it's me." The king sighed heavily, knowing he wouldn't be able to dissuade his stubborn son. "Then take this," he said, removing a ruby ring from his finger, "so that you remember your home and your duty to return." The next morning, the port was packed. Families said goodbye. Mothers hugged their children as if their lives depended on it, and fathers tried to keep their composure while silent tears streamed down their wrinkled cheeks. Theseus voluntarily came forward as one of the 7 boys, causing a stir among the people watching. The ship set sail under a cloudy sky as if the gods themselves shared in the Athenian morning. During the voyage, Theseus met his companions in misfortune. There was Callias, a young scribe, who kept scribbling on a small piece of parchment as if he wanted to record every moment of his last days. Helen, a golden-haired girl, who sang sad songs to calm the others. Pericles, a strong young man who had been drawn despite the protests of his pregnant fiancée. As they approached Crete, the fear in the young men's eyes grew. Some prayed to the gods, others simply remained silent, gazing at the horizon as if searching for answers in the waves of the sea. Theseus spent his time planning, observing, and mentally preparing himself for what was to come. After 3 days of travel, Crete appeared on the horizon like a sleeping giant over the sea. The palace of Knossos, the seat of power of King Minos, was an imposing construction that seemed to defy the mountains themselves. Its multiple floors and terraces rose towards the sky, and its walls were decorated with colorful frescoes that told stories of glory and power. When the ship docked, Cretan guards escorted them through the harbor to the palace. It was then that Theseus saw her. For the first time, Ariadne, the princess of Crete, was watching the Athenians arrive from one of the palace balconies. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and something inexplicable passed between them, an instant connection that made the prince's heart race. King Minos welcomed them into his throne room, an imposing man with a golden crown and eyes as cold as the sea in a storm. Beside him, Queen Pasiphae kept her gaze downcast, bearing the weight of shame for the monstrous son she had borne. Ariadne was there too closer now, and Theseus could see the compassion in her dark eyes. "Welcome, Athenians." King Minos's voice echoed through the hall with a false cordiality. "Tomorrow at dawn, you will fulfill your destiny in the Labyrinth. Tonight rest and enjoy our hospitality. It will be your last meal." During the forced banquet that followed, Theseus noticed the furtive glances Ariadne cast at him. The princess seemed restless, as if she wanted to say something, but the dozens of watchful eyes of the guards and courtiers made any communication impossible. That night, in his temporary quarters, Theseus couldn't sleep. The distant sound of the sea mixed with the muffled sobs coming from the other young men's rooms. He thought of his father, of Athens, of the monster he would have to face, and of Ariadne, whose mysterious eyes never left his mind. Then he heard a soft knock on his door. When he opened it, he found a servant who, without saying a word, handed him a small package and disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Inside the package was a skein of golden thread that shone in the moonlight, and a note written in delicate handwriting. "Meet me in the fountain garden at midnight. A." Theseus's heart raced. He knew that this could be both a trap and his only hope of survival. But something deep inside him told him that he could trust Ariadne. Stowing the golden ball in his tunic, he prepared himself for an encounter that would change not only his fate, but that of all Athenians. Shadows danced through the palace corridors as Theseus moved silently towards the gardens. The full moon illuminated his path across the elaborate mosaics of the floor, each step calculated to avoid the watchful eye of the guards patrolling the corridors. The golden ball weighed down his tunic, constantly reminding him of the mystery that awaited him. The fountain garden was a place of rare beauty, even at night. Crystal clear water gushed from a statue of Poseidon, and the soft sound created a natural curtain that could cover up whispered conversations. Theseus found Ariadne already waiting for him, her graceful silhouette cut out against the silvery moonlight. She wore a dark blue cloak that blended in with the shadows, her black hair tied up in an elaborate braid. "You've come," she whispered, her eyes shining with a mixture of relief and apprehension. "We only have a short time. The guards will be changing shifts soon." "Why are you helping me?" Theseus asked, keeping a respectful distance, but unable to hide his curiosity. Ariadne approached, her voice trembling slightly. I'm tired of seeing innocent young people die because of cruel punishment. What my father is doing, it's not justice, it's revenge. And the Minotaur. She hesitated. That creature shouldn't exist. It's an abomination, born of pride and shame. She quickly explained about the golden thread, a special creation of Daedalus, the same architect who had built the labyrinth. The thread is enchanted, she said. It never breaks and always shows the way back. Tie it at the entrance and unwind it as you go. But remember, the labyrinth isn't just a set of corridors. It changes. It moves. It tries to confuse the mind. Theseus held the ball tighter, feeling its peculiar warmth. How can I be sure this isn't a trap? You can't, Ariadne answered honestly. But if I wanted you dead, I'd just have to wait until tomorrow. Her eyes filled with restrained tears. There's something else you need to know about the Minotaur. He's not just strong, he's intelligent. My half-brother. Her voice faltered. He understands our language. He can think like a man, but the fury of the bull dominates him. Years of isolation have made him more monster than human. A distant noise startled them both. Footsteps of guards were approaching. Ariadne quickly took something from her robes, a small bronze dagger with engraved symbols. This blade was blessed by priestesses. It may not be enough to kill the Minotaur, but it will help you defend yourself. Theseus accepted the weapon, feeling its comforting weight. Why are you risking so much for me? Because I saw something in your eyes that was different from the others, she replied, her cheeks blushing slightly. I saw hope, not just fear. And maybe, she hesitated, maybe you're the one who can put an end to all this suffering. The footsteps came closer and closer. Ariadne cast an anxious glance down the corridor. There's one more thing, she whispered hurriedly. If you succeed, when you defeat the Minotaur, take me with you. I can no longer live in this palace of lies and cruelty. Before Theseus could reply, she quickly leaned over and kissed his cheek, a touch as soft as butterfly wings. The next moment, she had disappeared into the shadows of the garden, leaving only the scent of night flowers in the air. Theseus returned to his chambers, with his mind in turmoil. The golden ball and dagger hidden in his tunic seemed to burn against his skin, physical reminders of the pact he had just made. His initial plan to confront the Minotaur had turned into something much more complex. Now, it was not only his life and that of the young Athenians at stake, but also the future of a princess who was risking everything to help him. Lying on his bed, looking up at the ceiling decorated with paintings of maritime scenes, Theseus planned every step of the next day. His father's ring shone on his finger, reminding him of his promise to return. Ariadne's dagger was hidden in his robes, along with the ball of yarn that could mean the difference between life and death in the labyrinth. The first rays of the sun were beginning to tint the horizon when Theseus finally managed to sleep his dreams, populated by endless corridors, dark, compassionate eyes, and the menacing shadow of a half-man, half-bull creature. The weight of responsibility had never been so great, but he had never felt so prepared to face it. Dawn brought with it the sound of trumpets announcing the start of the ritual. The guards came to collect the young Athenians, who were taken to a courtyard where priests performed the last blessings. Theseus watched his companions, some weeping silently, others maintaining a stoic dignity in the face of the fate that awaited them. At the top of a staircase, King Minos presided over the ceremony with a cruel smile on his lips. Beside him, Ariadne kept her face impassive, but her eyes met those of Theseus for a brief moment, conveying a silent message of hope and determination. Queen Pasiphae was not present, as she always was on these occasions, unable to witness the terrible fate of the young victims. As the guards led them towards the entrance to the labyrinth, Theseus felt the weight of the golden ball against his chest and the cold touch of the dagger hidden in his robes. The moment of truth was approaching, and with it, the chance to change the fate not only of Athens but also of Crete. The entrance to the labyrinth revealed itself as an immense bronze door, its jambs decorated with reliefs that told stories of horror and suffering. The air emanating from the darkness beyond was cold and laden with an ancient smell, a mixture of mold and something more sinister that Theseus couldn't identify. The priests chanted darkly as the 14 young men were lined up in front of the entrance. Theseus noticed that his hands were trembling slightly as he discreetly tied the end of the golden thread to a small iron ring near the entrance. He made sure the knot was tight, remembering Ariadne's words about the enchantment of the thread. "May the gods have mercy on their souls," declared the high priest, his voice echoing through the stone courtyard. At his signal, the guards began to push the young men into the labyrinth. Theseus entered, taking one last look at the open sky. He saw Ariadne on the balcony, her tiny figure against the grandeur of the palace. She put her hand to her chest in a gesture that only he would understand, where the dagger was hidden in her own clothes. The darkness swallowed them up quickly. The sound of the bronze door closing behind them echoed like a final sentence. Some of the young people began to cry. Others hugged each other in search of comfort. Torches on the walls lit up automatically, revealing corridors stretching out in all directions. "We need to stay together," said Helena, the golden-haired girl, her voice trembling but determined. "No," replied Theseus, surprising everyone. "The Minotaur will find us more easily if we are grouped together. We need to split up." "But we'll die alone," protested Callias the scribe, clutching his parchment to his chest. Theseus looked at each of them. "Listen up. I have a plan. When I find the Minotaur, I'm going to fight him. You need to seek shelter in niches and side passages. If you hear me..." He hesitated. "If you hear me shouting, run in the opposite direction." Pericles, the young groom, stepped forward. "I won't let you fight alone." "You must," insisted Theseus. "Your fiancé is expecting a son. If I fail, you'll have to find another way." Reluctantly, the group began to split up. Theseus watched as they disappeared into different corridors, their footsteps echoing further and further away. Alone now, he began his own journey, carefully unwinding the golden thread. The labyrinth was a masterpiece of engineering and evil. Corridors ended abruptly in smooth walls. Stairs led to impossible places, and some passages seemed to change direction as they were traversed. Theseus kept an eye out for the signs Ariadne had mentioned, small marks on the walls that indicated the proximity of the labyrinth's center. Time lost its meaning in the bowels of the labyrinth. Minutes could be hours, and hours could be days. The only certainty was the golden thread that glowed softly, marking the path taken. From time to time, Theseus heard distant cries, echoes of voices that could be his companions, or just tricks of the labyrinth. The first real sign that he was approaching the center came in the form of marks on the walls, deep scratches made by powerful claws or horns. Occasional bones lay in the corners, some still with scraps of fabric stuck to them. Theseus pressed the dagger into his tunic, feeling his heart race. Then he heard it, a deep, reverberating sound, half roar, half human groan. The ground shook slightly beneath his feet. Theseus pressed himself against a wall, controlling his breathing. The sound was closer now, accompanied by heavy footsteps that made the torches flicker. "I can smell you, Athenian." A guttural voice echoed through the corridors, startling Theseus with its clarity. Ariadne was right. The Minotaur could speak. "Your fear is sweet, like all the others before you." Theseus closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself. He remembered his training, the fights he had won, Ariadne's look of hope. When he opened them again, he was ready. "I'm not afraid of you, Ariadne's brother," he answered aloud, surprising himself with the firmness of his words. "I'm sorry." A roar of fury shook the walls. The footsteps became faster, more determined. Theseus gripped the dagger tightly, his body as tense as a bowstring. The moment that would change the fate of two cities was at hand. A monstrous shadow appeared on the opposite wall, cast by the light of the torches. The creature moved with surprising grace for its size. Theseus could hear its heavy breathing, feel the heat emanating from its massive body. "Pity." The Minotaur's voice was closer, laden with bitterness. "You know nothing about me, Prince of Athens, about loneliness, about being a prisoner in your own home, about being feared by your own mother." Theseus felt an unexpected pang of compassion. For a moment, he saw the situation through the creature's eyes, born of a forbidden love, condemned to live in the shadows, fed human flesh by a father who despised him. But there was no time for philosophizing. The Minotaur appeared around the bend in the corridor, its imposing figure blocking the entire passage. It was even more impressive than the stories described, taller than two men, rippling muscles, covered in dark fur, long horns as sharp as swords. Its eyes, however, were disturbingly human, shining with intelligence and fury. "Then let's get this over with," said the Minotaur, lowering his head in an attacking position. "Show me if your feather is worth anything when you're being dismembered." The ensuing battle would echo through the corridors of the labyrinth, a struggle not just between man and beast, but between fate and free will, between the curse of the past and the hope of the future. The golden thread glowed softly on the floor, a silent witness to the clash that was about to begin. The confrontation exploded in quick, precise movements. The Minotaur charged at Theseus, who dodged at the last moment, feeling the displacement of air caused by the sharp horns passing inches from his body. The narrow corridor limited the creature's movements, giving the prince a slight advantage. "Nimble as a mouse," roared the Minotaur, turning with surprising speed. "But everyone tires eventually." Theseus kept his distance, studying his opponent's movements. Years of combat training had taught him the importance of patience. The bronze dagger pulsed in his hand, as if responding to the creature's presence. "Why do you continue to serve Minos?" asked Theseus, dodging another attack. "He keeps you prisoner, uses you as an instrument of terror." A bitter laugh echoed off the walls. "And where would I go? Look at me. The outside world would hunt me down like an animal." The Minotaur attacked again, this time managing to tear off a piece of Theseus's tunic with its claws. The fight took them deeper into the labyrinth through narrower and narrower corridors. The golden thread snaked behind them, glowing softly. In a moment of distraction, Theseus tripped over an ancient bone, momentarily losing his balance. The Minotaur seized the opportunity, its huge claw closing around the prince's arm. The pain was immediate and intense. Theseus felt himself being lifted off the ground, as if he weighed nothing. "Your fine words cannot change what I am," roared the Minotaur, bringing his face close to the prince's. His breath was hot and charged. His breath was hot and carried the metallic smell of blood. With a desperate move, Theseus drove his dagger into the creature's shoulder. The enchanted bronze penetrated the flesh with surprising ease, causing the Minotaur to cry out in pain and let go. The prince fell heavily, rolling away as his opponent struggled. "Damn it," thundered the Minotaur, pulling out the dagger and throwing it away. Black blood oozed from the wound. The smell. This metal has been blessed by priestesses. Her eyes narrowed with understanding. "Ariadne, my own sister betrayed me. She wants to end this cycle of death," replied Theseus frantically, searching for a makeshift weapon. His fingers found a long, sturdy bone. "It's not betrayal to want justice." Justice. The Minotaur's laugh was full of bitterness. "Where was justice when I was locked up here as a child, when my own mother couldn't look me in the eye?" The fight resumed with renewed intensity. Theseus used his agility to compensate for his opponent's brute strength, looking for an opening. The bone in his hands broke when he parried a particularly strong blow, but it served to deflect the deadly horns. In the midst of the fight, distant shouts echoed through the corridors. The other young Athenians, probably discovered by the guards, who occasionally patrolled the labyrinth. The Minotaur smiled, revealing sharp teeth. "Looks like your friends have run into trouble," he teased. "Maybe you should have stayed with them, instead of trying to take me on." Theseus knew he had to end this quickly. His companions needed him, and every moment of fighting diminished his chances of survival. He observed his surroundings, noticing a torch that cast dancing shadows on the walls. With one swift movement, he snatched the torch from its holder and brandished it at the Minotaur. The creature recoiled instinctively, even though it was partially human. The ancestral fear of fire was present in its taurine nature. "You don't have to die," said Theseus, stepping forward with the torch. "We can find another way." For a moment, something akin to hope shone in the creature's eyes, but it was soon replaced by anger. "There is no other way for me. This labyrinth is my prison and my kingdom, and here you will meet your end." The Minotaur charged with all his might, ignoring the torch. Theseus waited until the last moment before throwing himself to the side, using the monster's own strength against him. The horns dug deep into the stone wall, momentarily trapping the creature. At that crucial moment, Theseus saw his dagger lying a few paces away. He rolled towards the weapon, grabbing it as the Minotaur broke free. With a roar of fury, the creature turned around, blood dripping from its damaged horns, its eyes now completely dominated by bestial fury. "You're fast, Prince," it growled, "but you're getting tired. I can feel your heart racing, your fear sweating." "It's not fear," replied Theseus, wielding his dagger. "It's determination." The narrow corridor echoed with the sounds of battle metal against claw flesh, against stone roars and cries of exertion. The golden thread shone ever more brightly, as if responding to the violence of the confrontation. The fight that followed was brutal, and desperate man and beast dancing a deadly choreography in the confines of the labyrinth. The fate of two cities, the future of a princess, and the lives of innocent young people hung by a thread as delicate as the golden ball that marked the path through the darkness. And amid the chaos of combat, an ancient truth echoed through the corridors. Sometimes the real monsters are not those who bear horns and claws, but those who create them and imprison them in the shadows. The decisive moment came when the Minotaur at his fiercest crashed into an ancient column. The impact caused stones from the ceiling to crumble, creating a shower of debris. Theseus took advantage of the momentary distraction to execute a move he had practiced hundreds of times in his training. A precise and deadly blow. The dagger found its target between the creature's ribs, penetrating deep into its heart. The Minotaur staggered, its eyes wide, with a mixture of surprise and surprisingly relief. "So, this is how it ends," muttered the creature, its voice losing its bestial fury and taking on an almost human tone. Maybe it's for the best." Black blood oozed from the wound as he leaned against the wall. Theseus maintained his combat stance, but something about the vulnerability of the moment struck him. "You could have chosen another path," he said softly. "No," replied the Minotaur, sliding down to sit on the floor. "This has always been my destiny. Take care of Ariadne. She was always the only one who saw me as something more than a monster." With these words, the creature exhaled its last breath. Theseus remained silent for a moment, paying silent respect to the being who, despite everything, was also a victim of the cruelty of men and the whims of the gods. The distant sound of screams brought him back to reality. His companions still needed him. Following the golden thread, Theseus ran through the corridors, first finding Helen and Callias hiding in a niche. Soon after, he located Pericles and 3 other young men. One by one, they came together, guided by the light of the enchanted thread. The guards warned one of the girls, "They've entered the labyrinth behind us." "Follow the thread," ordered Theseus. "It will lead you to the exit. I'll delay the guards." "We can't leave him," protested Pericles. "You can, and you must," insisted Theseus. "Your mission now is to take the news to Athens. The Minotaur is dead. The bloody tribute is over." Reluctantly, the young men followed the golden path, while Theseus faced the guards in the labyrinthine corridors. His combat experience and knowledge of the way through the wire gave him the advantage. One by one, the Cretan soldiers were neutralized or disoriented in the darkness of the labyrinth. When she finally emerged into daylight, she found the courtyard in chaos. Ariadne had fulfilled her part of the plan, creating a distraction that allowed the young Athenians to reach the port. The black ship was waiting for them, its sails already unfurled in the wind. "Theseus," Ariadne's voice cut through the air. She was running towards them, pursued by guards. "My father, he's found out everything." King Minos's furious roar echoed through the courtyard. "Traitor, my own daughter plotted against Crete." Theseus grabbed Ariadne's hand, and together they ran towards the harbor. Behind them, chaos ensued in the palace. Servants running guards, shouting orders, and above all, the thunderous voice of Minos, promising revenge. The road to the ship seemed endless. Arrows whizzed around them, some whizzing dangerously close. Theseus could see his companions on the deck, gesticulating frantically. Pericles and two other stronger boys had stayed behind to help them escape, keeping the guards at bay with improvised oars as weapons. With a last-ditch effort, Theseus and Ariadne jumped onto the ship just as the moorings were being cut. The wind filled the black sails, and slowly the ship began to move away from the quay. "It's not over," roared Minos from the dock. "The gods will avenge this betrayal." Ariadne, panting, but determined, faced her father one last time. "The gods have already avenged us, father. Their cruelty created their own monsters, and now they are no more." As Crete receded into the horizon, Theseus watched the young Athenians now free their lives ahead of them. Some wept with relief, others laughed nervously, hardly believing in their survival. Ariadne stood beside him, her eyes fixed on the future that awaited them. "What do we do now?" she asked softly. Theseus touched his father's ring, remembering his promise to return. "First we go back to Athens. Then," he smiled, "then we build something new, something better than labyrinths and sacrifices." The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with the same colors that Theseus had seen on his last night in Athens. But now, these colors didn't resemble blood. They resembled possibilities, new beginnings, the promise of a future where monsters no longer had to be created or imprisoned. The golden ball, still attached to his tunic, shone with the last rays of the sun, as if approving of the direction their lives were taking. On the horizon, Athens awaited them, and with it, the chance to tell a different story, not just one of heroism and monsters, but of compassion, change, and redemption. As the ship cut through the waters of the Aegean Sea, Theseus knew that there were still battles to come. Minos would not rest easy, and the gods were known for their capriciousness. But for now, it was enough to know that 14 young people were breathing the air of freedom, that a princess had chosen her own destiny, and that in the depths of a labyrinth in Crete, a cycle of violence had finally come to an end. The icy October wind blew through the faded tarps of the Shooting Star Circus, making them snap like the sails of a ghost ship. It was 1931, and the Great Depression had turned Americus into a graveyard of dreams. Between the shadows of the empty stands, Thomas, laugh. Murphy was adjusting his makeup in front of a cracked mirror, his trembling fingers sliding red lipstick over lips that no longer knew how to smile naturally. The makeshift dressing room was a small wagon decorated with yellowed photographs of better times. In each one, Thomas smiled genuinely, surrounded by crowds who still had reason to laugh. Now, at 45, his wrinkles were deepening under the white paint, like furrows dug by time and sadness. "Are you still performing tonight, Tom?" asked Sarah, the young trapeze artist, leaning against the carriage door. Her green eyes carried the same concern that everyone in the circus shared. Thomas was more than a clown. He was the beating heart of the Shooting Star, even if that heart was getting weaker and weaker. "The show can't stop, darling," he replied, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "People need a few laughs more than ever. His gaze met hers through the mirror, and for a moment Sarah saw beyond the mask. She saw the man who carried the weight of making others smile while his own soul shattered. The Shooting Star Circus had once been one of the biggest in the American Midwest. Now, it was just another traveling attraction struggling to survive. The grandstands, once packed, could barely hold a few dozen spectators. People had bigger problems than spending their last dime on entertainment. Frank Miller, the circus owner, a burly man with a poorly trimmed mustache, entered the wagon without knocking. "Murphy, we need to talk about the numbers," he said, his deep voice carrying the weight of financial worries. "We can't go on like this." Thomas continued applying his makeup, as if he hadn't heard. He knew that conversation well. It was the same one that had destroyed so many other circuses in recent years. "Frank, do you remember what you told me when you hired me? A clown isn't just a performer, he's a doctor of the soul." Frank sighed, running his hand over his tired face. "That was 20 years ago, Tom. The world was different. People were different. The sadness is the same," replied Thomas, standing up. His colorful suit contrasted with the gloomy atmosphere of the wagon, perhaps even greater now. "That's why we need to keep going." Sarah watched the scene in silence, her hands clenching nervously at the hem of her tracksuit bottoms. She had grown up in the circus, and Thomas was like a father to her. Watching him struggle to keep alive not only the spectacle, but the very essence of what it meant to bring joy, broke her heart. Outside, the small town of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, stretched out like a mosaic of hopelessness. Rows of unemployed people snaked through the streets, and for sale signs decorated the facades of once thriving stores. It was against this backdrop that Thomas Laugh Murphy had made a silent promise to keep making people laugh, no matter what the cost. "I have an idea," said Thomas, his eyes shining with an intensity Sarah hadn't seen for months. "What if we gave free performances to the children at the orphanage? Think about it, Frank. We might not make any money, but we'll make something more valuable. Hearts." Frank shook his head, but there was a trace of a smile on his lips. "You've always been an idealist, Murphy. That's why I haven't sent you away yet." Night was beginning to fall, and the first stars were appearing in the Iowa sky. Thomas approached the mirror one last time, adjusting his red nose. In the reflection, for a brief moment, he swore he saw something different. A younger version of himself, smiling with a joy he had long since lost. "You know," he said, turning to Sarah and Frank, "they say a clown never really dies. We keep making people laugh, even after we're gone." Sarah felt a shiver run down her spine. "Don't talk like that, Tom. You still have a lot of shows ahead of you." Thomas smiled, but there was something different in his gaze, a mixture of determination and melancholy that seemed to transcend the present moment. "Of course, darling, and I promise that, as long as there's a single mirror in this world, I'll keep bringing smiles." The circus canvas snapped again in the wind, and the lights began to come on one by one. In a few minutes, albeit to a small audience, Thomas Laugh Murphy would be on stage once again. Little did he know that this promise, made in a moment of emotion, would echo through the decades in a way that no one could have predicted. The distant sound of children laughing reached the wagon, and Thomas felt his heart warm. Maybe Frank was right. The world had changed. But as long as there were people who needed to smile, there would be room for a clown who took his mission as seriously as his own life. "It's time," he announced, adjusting his colorful hat. "Let's make these people forget their troubles, if only for a few minutes." As Thomas walked towards the arena, Sarah couldn't help but notice how his shadow seemed to dance on the walls of the wagon, as if it had a life of its own. It was only the beginning of a story that would mix laughter and mystery, joy and melancholy, in a dance that would continue far beyond that night in October 1931. The night wore on as Thomas made his way to the arena, his footsteps echoing through the dimly lit passageway. The familiar smell of sawdust and candies mingled with the cold October air. His thoughts wandered between memories of the golden days of the circus and the harsh reality they now faced. As Thomas approached the curtain that separated the backstage area from the arena, he heard the few voices that made up the audience that night. Among them, he distinguished the crystal clear sound of children's laughter, the children from the local orphanage who had received free tickets. Their little faces lit up with anticipation were all the fuel he needed. Sarah watched from afar, her heart squeezing as she saw Thomas adjust his posture, like a soldier preparing for battle. This was how he viewed each performance, a sacred mission to bring light to the darkness that had settled in people's hearts during the Great Depression. "Ladies and gentlemen," the host's voice sounded tired, but still trying to maintain the grandeur of yesteryear. "With you, the legend of the Shooting Star Circus, the man who brings smiles to even the darkest nights." Thomas laughed. "Murphy." The clown walked through the curtain with his characteristic comic stagger, but something was different that night. His movements, although as precise as ever, seemed to carry an extra weight, a shadow that only the most attentive could notice. The performance began, like so many others, the usual antics, the jokes he had told hundreds of times, the tricks that made the children squeal with delight. But there was a different intensity to his performance, as if every gesture, every expression, was a declaration of love for his art. Between acts, Thomas noticed a little girl in the front row. Her large, attentive eyes followed him with a mixture of fascination and sadness that he recognized immediately. It was the same look he saw in the mirror every morning. During a pause, he approached her, pulling a colorful scarf seemingly out of nowhere. "What's your name, little one?" he asked, his voice gentle behind the painted smile. "Lucy," she answered shyly. "From St. Vincent's orphanage." Thomas turned the handkerchief into a paper flower, his nimble fingers dancing in the air. "You know, Lucy, sometimes life can seem a bit sad," he said, handing her the flower. "But there's always magic hidden in the most unlikely places." The girl held the flower as if it were a precious treasure, and her smile lit up the whole arena. At that moment, Thomas felt a pang in his chest, a painful reminder of his own mortality that had become more frequent in recent months. Frank watched from the backstage entrance, his financial worries momentarily forgotten in the face of the magic he was witnessing. He knew Thomas wasn't well. The doctors had been clear about his heart condition, but seeing him there, turning sadness into joy, was a reminder of why the Shooting Star Circus was still going. The show went on, and Thomas seemed to get better by the minute. His jokes were sharper, his movements more graceful, as if he were channeling a lifetime of experience into a single evening. The audience's laughter echoed through the tent, louder and more genuine than it had been in months. Sarah noticed that the shadows cast by Thomas on the tent walls seemed to have a life of their own, dancing in an almost supernatural way. It was as if multiple versions of him were performing simultaneously, each carrying a different facet of his personality. Towards the end of the show, Thomas prepared for his favorite act, the mirror trick. With a theatrical gesture, he revealed a full-length mirror in the center of the arena. The object, an old circus relic, looked mysterious under the colored lights. "You see," he announced to the audience, "sometimes it's not what's in front of the mirror that matters, but what it reflects in our hearts." As he stood in front of the mirror, something strange happened. For a brief moment, his reflection seemed to move independently, as if it were a separate entity. Some children gasped, but most interpreted it as part of the show. Lucy, still holding her paper flower, leaned forward in her seat, her eyes wide with fascination. She was the only one who noticed when Thomas gently touched the mirror and whispered something that sounded like a promise. The end of the performance was met with enthusiastic applause. Not many people, but their affection was genuine. Thomas took his final bow, his smile brighter than ever, even if his legs trembled slightly under the weight of the effort. Backstage, Sarah rushed over to help him. "Tom, you looked amazing today," she said, noticing how he leaned heavily on her shoulder. "Just doing my job, darling," he replied, his breathing a little wheezy. "Just reminding people that there's still magic in the world." Frank approached, carrying an envelope. "Murphy, about that idea of free performances, maybe we could try it. You tried something today." Thomas smiled, but his eyes were fixed on the mirror that was still in the arena, reflecting the lights that were beginning to fade. For a moment, everyone present swore they saw something strange in the reflection, as if multiple smiles were hovering on the silver surface. "You know," said Thomas, his voice carrying a different tone, "they say that every great artist leaves a bit of their soul in every performance. Maybe that's true, in more ways than we realize." The night was beginning to say goodbye, and with it, something in the air seemed to change. The shadows on the circus walls danced with a life of their own, and the mirrors in the dressing room caught reflections that shouldn't have been there. It was as if Thomas's promise to keep bringing smiles was already beginning to take shape in ways that no one could have predicted. That same evening, after the show, Thomas remained at the circus long after everyone had left. Sitting in his dressing room, he gazed at his reflection in the cracked mirror, slowly removing the makeup that had become his second skin over the years. "It's funny," he muttered to himself, "how a painted face can hide so many truths." His fingers trembled more than usual as he wiped away the last trace of white paint. The mirror now revealed not only his tired face, but also shadows that seemed to move on their own in the corners of the reflection. Sarah had insisted on staying with him, worried about his condition after the extraordinary performance. But Thomas had kindly refused her company. "Some conversations," he said with an enigmatic smile, "we need to have only with our own reflection." The autumn wind continued its melancholy dance around the circus, making the tarpaulins moan like ancient beached whales. Thomas picked up a worn photo album that he kept in a drawer, his private collection of memories of the shooting star. Each page told a different story. Each image captured a moment of joy that now seemed to belong to another life. As he leafed through the album, one photograph in particular caught his eye. It was from his first circus performance 20 years ago. Young Thomas was smiling genuinely at the camera, his eyes shining with hope and determination. But there was something strange about the image. In the shadows behind him, there seemed to be another smile, one that he was sure hadn't been there when the picture was taken. "Curious," he whispered, bringing the photograph closer to his face. The smile in the shadows seemed to wink at him, like a distant star in the night sky. A sudden noise made him look up. In the dressing room mirror, his reflection didn't follow the movement. For a moment that seemed to span eternity, Thomas observed his own image smiling back at him, regardless of his expressions. "So that's how it's going to be?" he asked his reflection, his voice calm despite the extraordinary nature of the situation. The Thomas in the mirror only widened his smile, his eyes carrying all the joy that the real Thomas had lost over the years. Outside the carriage, little Lucy, who had hidden after the show, watched in fascination through a crack in the window. She watched as Thomas stood up and touched the mirror with his fingertips, and as his reflection made the same gesture, but with an almost imperceptible delay. "I always knew there was something magical about you, Mr. Murphy," she whispered to herself, clutching the paper flower he had given her against her chest. Thomas felt a presence and turned to the window, but Lucy had already disappeared into the darkness. What remained was a strange feeling that something fundamental had changed that night, as if the real world and the world of reflections had begun to mix in unpredictable ways. Picking up his old makeup case, Thomas began to organize his belongings with special care. Each item had its own story. The red nose his mentor had given him, the broken comb he'd been using for decades, the magic handkerchief that always kept tricks up its sleeve. "You know," he said to his reflection in the mirror, who was now watching him with an expression of understanding, "I always wondered if it was me who made people laugh, or if it was something bigger through me." The reflection tilted its head slightly, as if considering the question. The shadows in the carriage seemed to pulsate with a life of their own, dancing on the walls like silent spectators of a singular conversation. Thomas felt that twinge in his chest again, stronger this time. His heart, that old companion of so many performances, seemed to want to tell him something. He sat down heavily in his chair, taking a deep breath as drops of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Not yet," he muttered, as much to himself as to his reflection. "I still have promises to keep." In the photo album, open on the table, the pictures seemed to take on a new dimension. In each of them, in the shadows and in the less noticeable corners, mysterious smiles began to appear, as if the past was being rewritten before his eyes. The wind outside increased in intensity, and with it came the distant sound of laughter, not the laughter of the present, but echoes of all the joys Thomas had provided throughout his career. It was as if the circus itself was alive, breathing memories and exuding magic. Sarah, who had decided to go back to check on her friend one last time, stopped at the wagon door when she heard Thomas talking. But when she looked out of the window, she saw only him, sitting alone, smiling at his own reflection, as if sharing an intimate secret with a younger, happier version of himself. "Tom," she called softly, knocking on the door. "Is everything all right?" "Never better, darling," he replied, without looking away from the mirror. "Just finding out that some shows never really end." Thomas's words carried a weight that Sarah couldn't fully comprehend, but which made her heart clench with a mixture of love and concern. She knew, somehow instinctively, that she was witnessing the beginning of something both wonderful and melancholy. Dawn crept in as Sarah stood at the entrance to the carriage, watching Thomas through the crack in the door. Something in the atmosphere had changed. The air seemed denser, charged with an invisible electricity that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. "Sarah, darling." Thomas's voice sounded different, as if it had come from a long way away. "Do you remember the first time you saw me perform?" She entered the carriage, taking a seat next to him. "Of course I do. I was only 6 years old. You made a balloon elephant that looked real. I swore it was going to start walking any minute." Thomas smiled, his eyes fixed on a distant point beyond the mirror. "The magic isn't in the tricks, you know. It's in the eyes of the beholder, in the will to believe that there is something extraordinary in the world." The wind outside had turned into a peculiar symphony, mixing the creaks of the canvas with whispers that seemed to carry distant laughter. The photographs scattered on the table seemed to pulsate with a life of their own, each image telling its own silent story. Lucy, who had sneaked back into the circus, watched everything from the wagon window. Her childlike eyes, not yet limited by the bonds of adult disbelief, caught details that others couldn't see, like the shadows that danced independently of the light, or the smiles that appeared and disappeared in the reflections. Sarah held her old friend's hand, noticing how cold it was. "Maybe we should call a doctor." "There's no need," he replied, his voice surprisingly firm. "Tonight is not about endings, but about new beginnings." Frank appeared at the wagon door, his normally stern face marked by genuine concern. "Murphy, we found this in the old circus archives," he said, handing Thomas a yellowed envelope. Inside the envelope was a photograph even older than the others. It showed the Shooting Star Circus in its early days, decades before Thomas joined the troupe. But there, in the shadows of the tent, was a familiar smile, a face that looked impossibly similar to his own. "Extraordinary, isn't it?" Thomas laughed softly. "It feels like I've always been here, in one form or another." Sarah and Frank exchanged worried glances, but before they could say anything, a sound of childish laughter filled the air. Lucy had finally plucked up the courage to enter the carriage, still clutching her paper flower. "Mr. Murphy," she said, her voice small but determined, "are you really going to keep making people smile forever?" Thomas knelt in front of her, his movements slow but graceful. "You know, Lucy, there are different ways of being present. Sometimes we're in the smiles we leave behind, in the memories we plant in people's hearts." The wagon lights flickered on, and for a moment everyone swore they saw multiple reflections of Thomas in the mirrors, each from a different era, each carrying a unique smile. It was as if time had folded in on itself, allowing different versions of him to coexist in the same space. Frank, Thomas turned to the circus owner, promise you'll keep the shooting star alive, not for the profits, but for what it represents. A place where magic is still possible. Frank, normally so pragmatic, felt tears forming in his eyes. You have my word, Murphy. This place will always be a sanctuary for dreamers. Sarah realized that something fundamental was changing. The shadows in the carriage had begun to move more pronouncedly, as if responding to a song that only they could hear. Thomas's reflection in the main mirror was smiling with a vivacity that contrasted with his increasingly serene expression. Lucy, Thomas called out to the girl again. You can see it, can't you? The smiles in the shadows, the stories in the photographs. The girl nodded, her eyes shining with understanding. They've always been there, haven't they? Waiting to continue the show. Thomas smiled, a smile as genuine as those in his older photographs. Exactly. And now, my dear, I must prepare for my next performance. He stood up, walking over to the main mirror. His reflection awaited him, no longer as a simple image, but as a doorway to something beyond ordinary comprehension. The photographs scattered around the wagon seemed to vibrate with an energy of their own, each smile captured on paper beginning to come to life. Sarah wanted to stop him, to grab his arm and keep him there, but something in her heart knew that this moment was inevitable, and perhaps necessary. Frank remained silent, witness to a transformation that defied all logic. A clown never really dies, said Thomas, his voice mixing with the wind that blew through the circus. He just finds new stages, new ways to bring joy. When he touched the surface of the mirror, it wasn't his reflection he found, but a portal to all the laughter that was yet to come, all the joy that still needed to be shared. Lucy smiled, being the only one who truly understood what was happening. The magic wasn't ending. It was just beginning a new phase. The wind blew stronger, bringing with it the echo of all the past and future performances of the Shooting Star Circus. And on that extraordinary night, while the world outside continued its struggle against the Great Depression, something wonderful and inexplicable happened in a small circus wagon in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. A clown was fulfilling his last and most important promise. The next morning, the news spread quickly through the small town of Cedar Rapids. Thomas Laugh Murphy had left during the night, but the circumstances of his departure generated more whispers and speculation than sadness. The wagon where he had spent his last hours was exactly as it had been left. Old photographs scattered on the table, his clown costume carefully folded on the chair, and the main mirror reflecting the dawn light in a peculiarly vivid way. Sarah was the first to enter the carriage that morning, her eyes still red from a bad night's sleep. The air inside the small space felt different, charged with an energy she couldn't explain. The photographs on the table had changed subtly. In each one, Thomas's smile seemed more alive, more present. He's really done it, hasn't he? Lucy appeared in the doorway, still holding her paper flower, now a little crumpled, but still magical. He's found a way to keep making people smile. Frank arrived soon after, carrying the morning papers. The headlines talked about the economic crisis, about banks closing and families losing everything. But on the inside pages, a small note caught the eye. Circo Estrella Cadente announces free performances for underprivileged children. That's what he wanted, said Frank, his voice hoarse with emotion. To keep the magic alive, especially for those who need it most. The days that followed brought subtle changes to the Shooting Star Circus. People began to notice strange things, reflections that seemed to move on their own, laughter that echoed when no one was around, and above all, the mysterious smiles that appeared in old and new photographs. Sarah took on the responsibility of organizing Thomas's belongings, but every time she tried to put his things away, something inexplicable happened. The photographs returned to the table, as if they wanted to continue telling their stories. The main mirror refused to be covered. Any cloth placed over it would mysteriously fall off during the night. Lucy began to spend more time at the circus, especially in the old wagon. She talked to the reflections as if they were old friends, and sometimes the other performers swore you could hear answers in the laughter the wind brought. Look, she exclaimed one afternoon, pointing to a new photograph of the circus. In the image, taken during a recent performance, Thomas's characteristic smile could be clearly seen in the shadows of the stands. News of this extraordinary occurrence spread, first as a whisper among the performers, then as an urban legend throughout the city. People started coming to the circus not just for the shows, but in the hope of capturing in their own photographs a glimpse of the legendary clown who had promised never to stop making people smile. The most remarkable thing was how Thomas's presence seemed strongest during the moments of greatest joy. When the children laughed, the mirrors in the circus reflected multiple smiles. When someone took a photograph of a particularly happy moment, it was almost certain that a familiar smile would appear in the shadows of the image. Frank, initially skeptical, began to notice changes in himself. The financial worries, although still present, seemed less burdensome. He found himself smiling more often, especially when he passed Thomas's carriage, where the main mirror continued to reflect much more than just images. It's as if he's found a way to turn all the sadness into something beautiful, Sarah commented one evening, observing how the circus lights danced differently, creating patterns that resembled smiles. On the tent walls, the Great Depression continued outside. But inside the Shooting Star Circus, something magical was happening. Free performances for underprivileged children had become a tradition, and with them, stories about a clown who appeared in reflections, bringing smiles at the most unlikely moments. Lucy, who had become a sort of unofficial guardian of Thomas's legacy, began collecting stories from people who swore they had seen him. Each account was different, but they all shared a common element: the feeling that, even in the darkest moments, there was room for a smile. He taught us that the real magic is in how we choose to see the world, she said one day, organizing her growing collection of mysterious photographs. Sometimes you have to look through the reflections to find the truth. The shooting. Star Circus didn't just survive the Great Depression. It flourished, becoming a beacon of hope in difficult times. People came not just for the entertainment, but for the chance to experience something truly magical. And so, the story of Thomas Laugh Murphy continued not as a sad legend, but as a constant reminder that joy can find its way through the most unlikely of circumstances. His smile, multiplied infinitely through reflections and photographs, became a symbol of resistance against the darkness of the times. On the quietest nights, when the wind blew through the circus tarpaulins, you could still hear the echo of his laughter mixed with the thousands of others he had inspired over the years. His last act had not been an end, but a beginning, the start of a new form of magic that would continue to touch hearts and inspire smiles for generations. And in every mirror, in every photograph, old or new, in every moment of genuine joy, Thomas laughed. Murphy continued to fulfill his promise, proving that some stories never really end. They just find new ways to be told, new hearts to touch, and new smiles to inspire. Flames consumed Troy, turning the once magnificent city into a blazing inferno. Aeneas, a Trojan prince with an athletic build and a determined look, watched the chaos around him with a heavy heart. The orange glow of the fire reflected off his bronze armor as he led a group of survivors through the burning streets. His young son, Ascanius, clung tightly to his hand, while his aged father, Anchises, was carried on his shoulders. "Dad, where are we going?" whispered Ascanio, his voice shaking with fear. Aeneas gently squeezed his son's hand, maintaining his composure despite the despair that threatened to overwhelm him. "The gods will show us the way, my son," he replied, although he was not as sure as his voice suggested. The night was filled with the screams of agony of the Trojans and the celebrations of the victorious Greeks. The famous wooden horse, now an empty carcass, cast an ominous shadow over the ruins of the city. Aeneas gathered around 300 survivors, including women, children, and wounded warriors. Among them was Creusa, his wife, who helped organize the refugees as they tried to escape discreetly. In the starry sky, invisible to mortal eyes, the gods watched with varying interest. Venus, mother of Aeneas, begged Jupiter to protect her son. The king of the gods, sitting on his heavenly throne, had already woven a great destiny for the Trojan prince, although he did not yet know it. Juno, Jupiter's powerful wife, observed events with different eyes. His hatred for the Trojans, fueled by old offenses, had not diminished with the fall of Troy. She was already planning ways to make Aeneas's journey difficult, whatever their destinations. As the group moved silently through the ruined city, Aeneas encountered his friend and advisor, Achates, a loyal middle-aged warrior with scars from countless battles. "The ships are ready in the harbor," Achates whispered, "but the Greeks have stood guard at several escape routes." Aeneas nodded, quickly weighing his options. The weight of so many lives in his hands was crushing, but he couldn't afford to hesitate. "We'll split the group," he decided. "Achates, take half the long way through the ancient tunnels. I'll take the rest the riskier route to distract the Greeks." Creusa approached, her eyes reflecting the concern she felt. "This is very dangerous, Aeneas. We must keep the group together." But before they could discuss further, a sudden flash lit up the night sky. A bright star seemed to move, tracing a path towards the sea. A sign from the gods. Anchises murmured, still on his son's shoulders. The old priest had always been respected for his ability to interpret divine signs. We must head west, across the sea. Our destination is not here, but in distant lands. The group continued their tense escape, each step bringing them closer to the port and the ships that represented their only hope of survival. Aeneas felt the weight of responsibility growing every moment. It was not just his family that depended on him, but hundreds of lives, each carrying with them a fragment of Troy's culture and history. During their escape, they encountered other survivors, including Helenus, a priest of Apollo, who joined the group, bringing with him sacred relics from the temple. The gods have not abandoned Troy completely, he said, but they desire their glory to be reborn elsewhere. Through us, as they approached the port, the sounds of battle became more distant, replaced by the noise of waves crashing against the ship's hulls. The salty sea air held a promise of freedom, but also uncertainty. No one knew what awaited them beyond the horizon. Aeneas quickly organized boarding, prioritizing the most vulnerable. As he supervised the operation, he couldn't help but notice how drastically the destination had changed in just one night. From being a prince of one of the most powerful cities in the world, he had now become the leader of a group of refugees. The stars were beginning to pale when the last survivors boarded. Aeneas remained on the beach for a moment, looking one last time at his burning city. The weight of Trojan history and tradition now rested on his shoulders, along with the responsibility for hundreds of lives. This is not the end of Troy, he said to himself, but the beginning of something new. With these words, he boarded the last ship. The oars began to move in sync, moving the boats away from the shore. The sky began to lighten on the horizon, marking not only the beginning of a new day, but of an epic journey that would forever change the fate of Aeneas and his followers. The sea opened before them, vast and mysterious. The dark waters held secrets and dangers that only time would reveal. As the shores of Troy receded into the distance, Aeneas could not imagine the trials that awaited him. Storms sent by the gods, encounters with mythical creatures, unknown realms, and a love that would change the course of history. On the deck of the ship, Ascanio approached his father, his young eyes full of curiosity and fear. "Where do we go now, Dad?" he asked again. Aeneas placed his hand on his son's shoulder, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the sun was beginning to rise. "To our destiny, son, wherever the gods lead us." And so began the Odyssey of Aeneas and his companions, a journey that would take them across unknown seas, strange lands, and unimaginable trials. Fate had grand plans for them, though in that moment, as the sails filled with the morning wind, all they could do was trust in the gods and their own courage to face what was to come. The first few days at sea were relatively peaceful, allowing the Trojan refugees to adapt to their new reality. Aeneas divided his time between guiding navigators, comforting traumatized survivors, and scanning the horizon for divine signs. The calm waters of the Mediterranean reflected the sky like a mirror, but this peace would not last long. One particularly clear morning, Aeneas found Heleno performing purification rituals on the bow of the main ship. The priest burned sacred herbs, and murmured ancient prayers, his eyes fixed on the entrails of a freshly sacrificed fish. "The signs are mixed," he said, his voice thick with concern. "The gods argue about our destiny." Before Aeneas could respond, an icy wind blew over the fleet, dousing the ritual flames and scattering the ashes across the deck. On Olympus, Juno watched with satisfaction as she put her plan into action. The goddess summoned Aeolus, lord of the winds, offering him divine gifts in exchange for his help in destroying the Trojan ships. Clouds began to gather with supernatural speed, turning day into night. Achates, who was at the helm, shouted warnings as increasingly larger waves began to rock the vessels. "Tie down everything you can," ordered Aeneas, his voice barely audible over the growing roar of the storm. Creusa organized the women and children in the lower compartments, while the sailors fought against the ropes that threatened to come loose. Ascanio, demonstrating courage beyond his years, helped distribute ropes and tools among the men trying to hold the ships together. The storm reached its peak with terrifying violence. Waves the size of mountains lifted ships into the sky before plunging them into watery chasms. Lightning cut through the clouds, momentarily revealing the chaos that had ensued in the fleet. 3 smaller ships had already disappeared in the turbulent waters. In the midst of the chaos, Venus watched her sons suffering in distress. The goddess ran to Neptune, begging his intervention. The god of the seas, angered by Juno's intrusion into his domain, finally decided to act. With his powerful trident, he calmed the waters and dispersed the furious winds. When the storm finally subsided, the sun revealed a scattered and damaged fleet. Aeneas ordered them to count the survivors and assess the damage. 7 ships had been completely lost, taking dozens of Trojan lives with them. The weight of these losses hit Aeneas like a physical blow. "Land in sight," shouted a lookout, bringing a moment of hope. An unfamiliar coastline appeared on the horizon, its golden beaches promising temporary refuge. Aeneas quickly consulted his maps with Achates, trying to determine his location. "It appears to be the coast of Libya," concluded the advisor. As they approached the beach, the survivors began to see signs of civilization. Smoke rose from a distant town, and small fishing boats dotted the bay. Aeneas ordered flags of peace to be raised, hoping that residents would be receptive to refugees in need. The city, as they would soon discover, was Carthage, a prosperous kingdom ruled by Queen Dido. Messengers were sent to the beach to investigate the new arrivals, while the Trojans began to disembark their wounded and repair their damaged ships. Aeneas organized a small group to accompany him to the city, including Achates and some of his most trusted warriors. Before leaving, he called Creusa aside. "Take care of our people in Ascanio," he said. "I will get back to you as soon as possible with news of our reception." The walk to Carthage revealed an impressive city with high walls and majestic buildings that vaguely recalled the lost glory of Troy. The inhabitants looked curiously at the group of foreigners crossing their streets, their murmurs echoing off the stone walls. In the royal palace, Queen Dido waited on her throne, a majestic figure dressed in purple and gold. Her story was not very different from Aeneas's. She had also fled her native Tyre after the murder of her husband and founded Carthage as a refuge for her people. "Welcome to Carthage," Dido pronounced, her clear, authoritative voice echoing through the throne room. "We know well the weight of exile and the pains of loss. Carthage offers shelter to the survivors of Troy." As Aeneas related his story to the queen, a silent connection began to form between them. Dido recognized in the Trojan prince the same determination and sense of duty that had guided her on her own journey. On Olympus, Venus watched with growing interest, seeing an opportunity to ensure her son's safety. The sun was beginning to set when Aeneas returned to the ships with the good news. The queen had offered not only shelter but also materials and labor to repair the damaged fleet. The Trojans immediately began disembarking their belongings, establishing a temporary camp on the land designated by Dido. That night, as the refugees rested on solid ground for the first time in weeks, Aeneas gazed out to sea from a hilltop. The horizon still held the mystery of their final destination. But for now, they had found a moment of peace. However, an uneasiness lingered in his heart. Was Carthage just another stop on his journey, or did the gods have other plans in mind? The days in Carthage quickly turned into weeks, and the weeks into months. The Trojans, under Dido's generous protection, began to rebuild their lives. The city buzzed with constant activity, as refugees and Carthaginians worked side by side building new housing and repairing damaged ships. Aeneas and Dido spent more and more time together, sharing stories of their respective journeys and discussing plans for the future. The queen found in the Trojan prince not only an equal in terms of leadership, but also someone who deeply understood the weight of responsibility he bore. Ascanius flourished in Carthage, befriending local children and learning their customs. Creusa, observing the growing closeness between her husband and the queen, maintained a serene expression, although her eyes betrayed a silent concern. She spent her time helping other refugees adapt to their new lives. During a royal banquet, where Carthaginians and Trojans celebrated together, Dido asked Aeneas to tell the full story of the fall of Troy. The hall fell completely silent as he recounted the events of that fateful night. His voice carried the weight of memory as he described the wooden horse, the destruction of the city, and the desperate escape. "Each night," said Aeneas, "I still hear the screams of those we cannot save. Every dream is haunted by the flames that consumed our city." Dido, moved by the emotion in his voice, reached out to touch his hand, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by those present. On Olympus, the gods continued their power games. Venus, seeing the growing affection between Aeneas and Dido, planned to use this relationship to protect her son. Juno, on the other hand, saw an opportunity to keep the Trojans from their prophesied fate in Italy. The two goddesses forged a temporary agreement, each with their own hidden intentions. During a royal hunt organized in the woods near Carthage, they caused a sudden storm that forced Aeneas and Dido to seek shelter in the same cave. There, isolated from the storm and the world, their feelings finally manifested themselves openly. Achates, ever loyal, began to notice subtle changes in his leader. Aeneas seemed less focused on the prophecies and more involved with the affairs of Carthage. During a private conversation, he expressed his concern My friend, the gods have shown us a destiny beyond these shores. We cannot ignore their signs. Heleno, the priest, was also restless. The omens he read in the entrails of sacrifices and in the flight of birds were contradictory and disturbing. One night, he sought out Aeneas in his chambers. The gods are impatient, prince. Our destiny is not in Carthage. But Aeneas found more and more reasons to postpone his departure. The city prospered with the integration of the Trojans, and joint construction and trade projects flourished. Dido had begun to include him in the kingdom's important decisions, and his advice was valued by both the Carthaginians and the Trojans. The queen, in turn, saw in Aeneas not just a lover, but a partner with whom she could share the burden of leadership. Together, they dreamed of an even grander Carthage, a city that would combine the best of Trojan and Carthaginian traditions. However, the deities would not remain passive forever. Mercury, messenger of the gods, was sent by Jupiter with a stern warning to Aeneas. He found the prince supervising the construction of new buildings, dressed in Carthaginian clothing and carrying symbols of local authority. Son of Venus, thundered the god, visible only to Aeneas. Have you forgotten your destiny? Italy awaits, and with her, the future of your people. It was not to build Carthage that you escaped the flames of Troy. Mercury's words hit Aeneas like arrows. The weight of his divine destiny, temporarily forgotten in Dido's arms, returned with full force. That night, alone in his chambers, he faced the reality of his situation. He was running away from his sacred responsibility. News of the divine message spread quickly among the Trojans. Many, who had begun to consider Carthage their new home, were forced to question their future. Some, especially younger ones, argued that they had found sufficient peace and prosperity there. Anchises, in his final moments before passing away on Carthaginian soil, had reminded his son of the importance of his mission. We did not come this far to settle on the first welcoming beach we found. The gods have greater plans for our people. Aeneas spent sleepless nights, torn between his love for Dido and his sacred duty. The queen, noticing his restlessness, tried to further strengthen the ties between them, involving him more and more in the administration of the kingdom and in plans for the future. The days that followed were tense, with Aeneas trying to find the courage to announce his inevitable departure. He watched Dido interacting with Ascanio, treating him as his own son, and his heart broke thinking about the suffering he would cause. The peace they had found in Carthage now seemed more like a sweet illusion than a lasting reality. The decision to leave weighed on Aeneas like lead armor. On a moonless night, he gathered his most trusted captains to plan the departure in secret. The sound of the waves crashing against the dock seemed to echo the turbulence in his heart as he gave the orders to discreetly prepare the ships. We must leave before dawn, he whispered to Achates, who was watching his friend with a mixture of relief and concern. The longer we delay, the more difficult it will be. Preparations began under cover of darkness, with small groups of Trojans moving supplies and equipment to the repaired ships. Creusa, who had kept a respectful distance during Aeneas's romance with Dido, approached him during the preparations. Don't underestimate the strength of a wounded woman, she warned, her voice thick with experience. Dido will not easily accept this abandonment. Creusa's words proved prophetic. Despite all efforts to maintain secrecy, rumors of the imminent departure began to circulate around the city. Dido, alerted by her own advisors, confronted Aeneas in his private chambers, her eyes burning with a mixture of anger and despair. "So this is how it ends?" His voice shaking with emotion. "After everything we've shared, do you leave like a thief in the night?" Aeneas tried to explain about divine destiny, about the mission he could not abandon, but each word sounded empty in the face of Dido's obvious pain. The queen, in her anguish, alternated between passionate pleas and threats of revenge. "If you leave," she declared, "I curse not only you, but all future generations of your people. May they never find peace among our peoples." His words echoed through the palace halls like an ominous prophecy. Meanwhile, on the ships, Ascanio helped organize the final preparations, demonstrating maturity beyond his years. The young man had created strong ties in Carthage, but he understood, in some way, the importance of the destiny his father had to follow. News of the Trojans' imminent departure spread quickly through the city. Some Carthaginians, who had developed friendships and even family ties with the refugees, begged them to stay. Others, more proud, turned their backs, feeling betrayed by the ingratitude of foreigners. Dido, consumed by pain and humiliation, ordered the construction of a large pyre in the center of the city, claiming that she would perform a ritual to break all ties with Aeneas. Secretly, he was planning something much more drastic. Her maids, noticing the change in her behavior, exchanged worried glances. On the last night in Carthage, Aeneas was visited in a dream by Mercury again. The god appeared more urgent this time. "Leave now, son of Venus, or you will never leave." Passion can turn into deadly hatred in the blink of an eye. Waking up with a start, Aeneas gave the final order for departure. The Trojan ships began to move away from the harbor. Under cover of night, their black sails blending into the darkness. From the deck of his ship, Aeneas watched the lights of Carthage dim in the distance. The sky began to lighten on the horizon, revealing a terrifying scene. In the center of Carthage, a huge column of smoke rose. The flames of Dido's pyre reached the sky, and along with them, a cry of pain echoed that seemed to make the sea itself tremble. The news arrived via a messenger bird. Dido had thrown herself into the flames, choosing to end her life along with her lost love. The impact of the news hit Aeneas like a physical blow, sending him reeling on the deck. His men avoided his gaze, some muttering prayers to appease the spirits. The smoke from Dido's funeral pyre followed the Trojan fleet for days, a constant reminder of the price of divine destiny. Aeneas spent long periods in silence, watching the horizon, his face a mask of determination that could barely hide his pain. Creusa, showing surprising compassion, organized a mourning ritual on board, allowing everyone, Trojans and those Carthaginians who had chosen to leave with them, to pay their respects to the queen who had welcomed them so generously. The sea, as if feeling the weight of events, remained strangely calm throughout the voyage. Some interpreted this as a sign from the gods, approving of Aeneas's decision to follow his destiny. Others saw the calm as an ominous omen, like the stillness before a great storm. Helenus, observing the divine signs, informed Aeneas that they should first seek the coast of Sicily before heading to Italy. The gods demand that we hold funeral games in honor of your father Anchises, the priest explained. Only then can we proceed to our final destination. As the shores of Sicily approached, Aeneas reflected on how each step of his journey seemed to take a toll in blood and tears. First Troy, now Carthage. How many more would suffer before their people found their new home? The Trojan fleet now sailed through more familiar waters, approaching the land where Anchises had been buried the previous year. The thought of honoring his father's memory offered Aeneas a brief respite from his emotional torments, a chance to reconnect with his greater purpose. On the horizon, the mountains of Sicily began to take shape, promising a brief period of rest and reflection. But even as he planned the funeral games, Aeneas could not help but think of Dido's last words, fearing that her curse might one day come true, planting the seeds of future conflict between their people. Arrival in Sicily brought mixed emotions for Aeneas and his followers. The place where Anchises had been buried the previous year evoked bittersweet memories. King Acestes, also of Trojan origin, received them warmly, offering his lands for the funeral games. Preparations began immediately. Running, wrestling, archery, and boat racing competitions were organized to honor the memory of Anchises. Young Trojan and Sicilian warriors trained side by side, temporarily forgetting the sorrows of the recent past. During the preparations, Ascanio showed a special interest in archery competitions. Aeneas watched with pride as his son practiced tirelessly, remembering how his own father had trained him in the martial arts. Your grandfather would be proud, he told the young man, who smiled with renewed determination. However, not everyone was in the festive spirit. Some Trojan women, exhausted from the long journey and fearful of further sea travel, began to show signs of restlessness. Juno, always on the lookout for opportunities to interfere, breathed into their hearts the idea of desperate action during one particularly dark night. While most of the men were taking part in preparations for the games, a group of women, led by Pyrgo, the eldest of the Trojan elders, crept closer to the anchored ships. With torches in hand, they began to set fire to the boats, shouting that it was time to establish a new home right there in Sicily. The fire spread quickly across the vessels, the flames dancing against the night sky like avenging specters. The alarm sounded throughout the camp, and Aeneas rushed to the beach, his heart heavy as he saw part of his fleet in flames. Ascanio, showing the leadership that would one day be his hallmark, was already organizing a line of men to fight the fire. Amidst the chaos, sudden storm broke out upon them. Jupiter, moved by Aeneas's pleas, sent down torrential rain that helped extinguish the flames, but not before 4 ships were completely destroyed. Dawn revealed the true extent of the damage and the deep divide among survivors. Aeneas, devastated by the loss of the ships, but even more so by the division among his people, retired to meditate. It was then that the shadow of his father, Anchises, appeared to him in a dream. "My son," said the spectre, "not all are destined to reach Italy. Leave here those who wish to remain. Take with you only the strongest and most determined. The destiny that the gods have planned requires absolute courage." With his father's guidance and the support of King Acestes, Aeneas made a difficult but necessary decision. Those who wished to remain in Sicily could do so by establishing a new city under the protection of Acestes. To their surprise, many chose to stay, especially the elderly and families with young children. The separation was emotional but peaceful. Aeneas ensured that those who remained had enough resources to begin their new lives. King Acestes, honored by the trust placed in him, promised to treat the new colonists as his own subjects, with a reduced fleet but a more determined crew. Preparations for the final departure began. The funeral games were held with great solemnity, now serving not only as a tribute to Anchises, but also as a celebration of unity before the final journey. Ascanius, as Aeneas had predicted, won the archery competition, demonstrating that the next generation was ready to assume its role in the destiny of the Trojans. The young prince said a mature goodbye to his friends, who would remain, understanding that his destiny was linked to the future that his father sought. On the eve of departure, Aeneas performed one last ritual at his father's tomb. While offering libations and prayers, a huge, glowing serpent emerged from the spot, slithering between the offerings before disappearing again. Heleno interpreted the sign as divine approval of his decisions. The morning of departure brought favorable winds. The remaining ships, now manned only by those most committed to the mission, began their final journey towards Italy. On the deck of their ship, Aeneas watched the Sicilian coast recede into the horizon, feeling that they were finally truly ready to face their destiny. Anchises' last words echoed in his mind. "Remember, son, that Troy's true legacy is not in its walls or treasures, but in the spirit of its people. Lead them with wisdom and courage, for through you a new nation will arise, with the rising sun lighting their path and the prophecies of the gods guiding their journey." Aeneas and his followers sailed into the future. The fate that awaited them in Italy was still uncertain, but for the first time since the fall of Troy, they felt truly prepared to face it. The story of Aeneas, which began in the flames of a ruined city, became a saga of perseverance, sacrifice, and renewal. Through storms, lost loves, and difficult decisions, he had become not just a leader, but a true founder, not just of a city, but of a legacy that would last for generations. The wind blew gently across the vast plains, making the tall grasses dance under the starry sky. Swift Eagle, a young Pawnee warrior of 17 winters, sat alone atop a small hill, his dark eyes fixed on the full moon that hung majestically above him. Since he was a child, he has always felt strangely connected to the night star, as if an invisible force was pulling him towards it. On that special night, when the entire village was celebrating the harvest festival, Swift Eagle had chosen to stay away from the festivities. Something in his heart called him to solitude, a restlessness that he couldn't explain. The distant sound of his people's drums and songs reached him like a whisper, mixing with the crackling of the solitary fire he had lit to keep warm. Grandma Owl, the tribe's most respected elder, had noticed his absence from the celebration. She had known Swift Eagle since his birth and always said he was blessed with a special spirit. There is an ancient prophecy, she used to say, about a warrior chosen by the moon herself to maintain the balance between light and shadow. As he gazed at the sky, something extraordinary began to happen. The moonlight intensified supernaturally, and a silvery breeze began to circulate around him. The air became thick with mysterious energy, and before their amazed eyes, an ethereal figure manifested. The moon spirit. The apparition took the form of a woman with silver hair that floated as if submerged in water. Her skin glowed with a soft light, and her eyes contained all the wisdom of the stars. When she spoke, her voice was like ancient music. Swift Eagle, son of the earth and guardian of traditions, you have been chosen for a sacred mission, said the spirit. Shadow forces are stirring, and an ancient evil awakens. The dark wolf, once a guardian like me, has been corrupted by the darkness, and now threatens to destroy the balance between day and night. The young warrior listened intently, his heart pounding in his chest. The moon spirit continued, if he is not stopped, eternal darkness will fall upon these lands, and all life as we know it will perish. You must stop him, but to do so, you will need to learn the sacred chants of your people and gather 4 objects of power scattered across this land. Swift Eagle felt the weight of responsibility fall on his shoulders, but also a growing determination in his spirit. How can I find these objects? He asked, his voice firm, despite the fear he felt. Grandma Owl will be your first guide, replied the spirit. She knows the ancient ways and can teach you the first songs. But you must also listen to the whispers of the ancestors in the wind and follow the signs that I will leave on your path. At that moment, a distant, dark howl echoed across the plains, making the hairs on the back of Swift Eagle's neck stand up. The moon spirit looked in the direction of the sound with concern. The dark wolf already senses your choice. He will try to stop you, and there are others who have been corrupted by his influence. You will need to be strong and wise, young warrior. Before disappearing, the moon spirit touched Swift Eagle's forehead with fingers of light. A feeling of warmth and power flowed through his body, and in his mind came images of the 4 sacred objects: a drum made of ancient wood, a necklace of bear claws, a spear with eagle feathers, and a crystal that held the first light of the world. When he returned to the village, Swift Eagle found Grandma Owl waiting for him next to his tent. Her wise eyes shone with knowledge, as if she already knew everything that had happened. Come, young warrior, she said, gesturing for him to follow her. There is much you need to learn, and time is not on our side. Inside the elder's tent, the air was thick with smoke from sacred herbs. Grandma Owl began to tell ancient stories about the time when spirits and humans walked the earth together, about the delicate balance between light and dark, and about how the dark wolf, once a noble guardian, had been consumed by ambition for power. The sacred chants, she explained, are more than just words and melodies. They are the very power of our ancestors, woven into sounds that can touch the heart of the world. Each of them has a purpose, and you will need to learn them all to face what lies ahead. As the night progressed, Swift Eagle began his training. The first notes of the sacred chants were difficult to master, but he felt each sound reverberate in his soul in a special way. Grandma Owl was a patient but demanding teacher, correcting each intonation until the melodies flowed naturally. Outside the tent, the moon continued its path across the sky, its light now seeming more meaningful than ever to the young warrior. Somewhere in the shadows of the plains, he knew that the dark wolf was lurking, gathering his forces and corrupting other beings to his cause. A perilous journey was about to begin, one that would test not only his courage and skill, but also his understanding of the ancient traditions and his connection to the spiritual powers that ruled the world. Swift Eagle knew it wouldn't be easy, but he was determined to honor the trust that the moon spirit had placed in him. And so, as he learned his first chants under Grandma Owl's guidance, the young warrior began to understand that this was not just a battle between light and dark, but a journey of discovery and spiritual growth that would forever change not only his destiny, but that of all his people. After a night of intense learning with Grandma Owl, Swift Eagle left his tent at dawn, carrying with him not only the first sacred chants, but also a medicine bag that the old woman had prepared especially for his journey. The rising sun painted the sky with shades of pink and orange, while the moon still hovered on the horizon, as if watching its first steps. Grandma Owl had revealed that the first sacred object, the ancient drum, was kept in the caves of the ancestors, a sacred site 3 days' walk from the village. The drum, she had explained, was made from the first tree that grew on the plains, and its beats carry the echoes of creation itself. As he walked across the prairie, Swift Eagle practiced the chants he had learned, his voice mingling with the morning wind. The birds seemed to respond to his music, and he noticed how the grasses moved differently when he sang certain notes. The power of the chants was beginning to reveal itself in subtle ways. In the middle of the afternoon of the first day, a shadow passed over him. Looking up, he saw a majestic eagle circling in the sky. The bird spiraled down until it landed on a nearby rock, its golden eyes fixed on the young warrior. Swift Eagle recognized this as one of the signs promised by the moon spirit. "Do you have something to show me, winged brother?" he asked, approaching carefully. The eagle tilted its head and, to his surprise, spoke in a voice that seemed to come from the wind itself. "The path to the drum is not direct, young warrior. The dark wolf has sent his servants to guard the cave entrances. You will need help." The eagle then took flight, indicating a different direction than the one Swift Eagle was heading in. "Look for the old bear," she said, before disappearing into the sky. "He knows a secret entrance to the caves and can teach you how to move in the shadows without being corrupted by them." Following the eagle's guidance, Swift Eagle altered his course westward, toward the wilder lands. The terrain began to change, the plains giving way to more rugged territory, with scattered rocks and small woods. As the day progressed, he began to notice unsettling signs, abnormally large claw marks on the trees, and footprints that appeared distorted, as if his creatures were between shapes. At dusk, he found a small, sheltered valley to camp. As he lit his fire, he heard a noise. In the shadows, beyond the reach of the light, his muscles tensed, and he instinctively reached for his bow. A hoarse, guttural laugh echoed through the valley. "What a brave young man, traveling these lands alone," said a voice that seemed to come from all directions. From the shadows, 3 figures emerged. Coyotes, but they were not normal. Their eyes glowed a sickly red, and their forms seemed to contort in the darkness. "The master told us about you," said the largest of them, his fangs gleaming in the firelight. "He said a young fool would try to interfere with his plans. He won't make it to the caves." Man cub, Swift Eagle knew that he could not beat the 3 of them in direct combat. Remembering Grandma Owl's teachings, he began to sing one of the sacred songs, an ancient melody that spoke of the first sunrise. As his voice rose, a soft light began to emanate from his body. The corrupted coyotes retreated, bothered by the light, but did not give up. They began to circle the camp, looking for a breach in its defense. Swift Eagle kept up the chant, but he knew he couldn't continue indefinitely. His breath began to fail, and the light began to fade. It was then that a powerful roar pierced the night, stopping the coyotes in their tracks. A massive figure emerged from the darkness, a gigantic bear, its gray fur shining in the moonlight. The coyotes, recognizing the threat, fled into the shadows with howls of frustration. The bear approached the fire, and Swift Eagle saw that its eyes held ancient wisdom. "You sing well, young warrior," said the bear in a deep, resonant voice, "but you need to learn to measure your strength. The power of the chants should flow like a river, not be poured out like water from a pot." "Are you the old bear?" asked Swift Eagle, recognizing the presence of another spiritual guardian. "Yes," replied the bear, sitting down next to the fire. "And you are the one the moon chose. I see your light, but I also see that you still have much to learn. The caves are not forgiving of the unprepared, and the Dark Wolf's servants are strongest within." All night long, Old Bear shared his knowledge with Swift Eagle. It taught him how to move silently, how to feel the energies of the earth, and most importantly, how to maintain his own inner light, even in the deepest darkness. "Darkness is not your enemy," Old Bear explained. "It's part of balance, just like light. The Dark Wolf's mistake was wanting to control the darkness, instead of understanding and respecting it." At dawn, the Old Bear got up. "You are ready to enter the caves now. Follow me, and I will lead you to an entrance that the wolf's servants do not know about. But remember, inside the caves, you will find more than shadows and stones. You will find your own doubts and fears. It is these that you should worry about most." As he followed the immense bear through the awakening landscape, Swift Eagle felt more prepared, but also more aware of the challenges that awaited him. The sacred drum was close, but the true test was just beginning. The Old Bear guided Swift Eagle along a winding path between the rocks to a barely noticeable crevice at the base of a steep hill. The air coming out of the opening was cold and carried an ancient smell of earth and minerals. "This is the forgotten path," said the bear. "The ancestors used it for their most sacred ceremonies, even before the drum was kept here. Before entering, Swift Eagle prepared a small torch with materials from his medicine bag. The old bear watched with approval as he performed a brief protective ritual, scattering sacred herbs around the entrance. "Remember," said the guardian, "in the caves, your senses can deceive you. Trust your heart more than your eyes." The passage was narrow at the beginning, forcing Agia Veloz to move laterally at some points. The light from his torch created dancing shadows on the rocky walls, and sometimes he thought he saw figures moving in them. The air grew thicker as he advanced, and the sounds of his footsteps echoed strangely. After what seemed like an eternity of meandering through the natural corridor, the path opened into a larger chamber. Cave paintings covered the walls, telling ancient stories of its people. Some he recognized from Grandma Owl's teachings: the creation of the world, the arrival of the first humans, the time when animals and people spoke the same language. A distant sound caught his attention, something like a drum beating in a slow, steady rhythm. Following the sound, Swift Eagle found another passage. This opened into a wider system of tunnels, and he could see that other paths connected to this point. The wolf's servants must use these other entrances, he thought. The sound of the drum grew louder, but now it was accompanied by other noises, whispers, muffled laughter, the sounds of claws scratching stone. The shadows on the walls seemed thicker, more alive. Swift Eagle began to softly sing one of the songs he had learned, the one about finding light in the darkness. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a side tunnel, a were-raven, his black feathers glowing unnaturally, his red eyes fixed on the young warrior. "Then you are the chosen one of the moon," he said in a voice that resembled the cawing of a raven. "We thought it would be more impressive." Other figures began to emerge from the shadows. More were ravens, each of them corrupted by the dark wolf's influence. They formed a circle around Swift Eagle, their laughter echoing off the cave walls. "The drum is protected by our dark magic," said the first were-raven. "You'll never catch up." Swift Eagle remembered Old Bear's words about understanding darkness instead of fearing it. Instead of fighting the shadows, he closed his eyes and let his other senses expand. He could feel the cave's air currents, hear the distant echo of dripping water, sense the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath his feet. Then he began a new song, different from any he had learned. It was a melody that came from her own heart, mixing Grandma Owl's lessons with her natural connection to the moon. The shadows around him began to move differently, no longer threatening, but as if dancing to his music. The raven men hesitated, confused by the change in the energy of the place. The shadows that once strengthened them now seemed to respond to the Swift Eagle's call. "What are you doing?" shouted their leader, his voice betraying a hint of fear. "Darkness does not belong to the dark wolf," Swift Eagle replied, his voice mixing with the chant. "It is part of the sacred balance, just like light." As he spoke, shadows began to circle around him like a whirlwind, creating a path through the raven men. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, Swift Eagle ran along the path that the shadows had opened. The raven men tried to follow him, but the shadows themselves seemed to slow them down, wrapping themselves around their legs and wings. The sound of the drum grew stronger, guiding him through the tunnels. Finally, he arrived at a circular chamber. In the center, on a stone pedestal, was the sacred drum. Its wood, as old as time itself, seemed to pulse with an inner light. But between Swift Eagle and the drum stood a shadowy figure, a corrupted shaman, his face painted with distorted symbols. "You may have passed the Raven Men," said the shaman, his voice filled with evil power, "but you will not pass me. The Dark Wolf has given me power over the ancient darkness." He began to chant an unholy chant, and the shadows of the chamber gathered around him like an armor of darkness. Swift Eagle knew that he could not defeat this opponent with strength or cunning alone. This was a spiritual challenge, a test of his understanding of the teachings he had received. Taking a deep breath, he began to sing again, but this time he incorporated elements of the shaman's corrupted chant into his own music. The chamber became a battlefield of sounds and shadows, where light and dark did not fight, but danced in delicate balance. The shaman, realizing that his power was being redirected, intensified his chant, causing the cave walls to shake. It was then that Swift Eagle understood. He didn't need to defeat the shaman. He needed to heal him. His chant subtly changed, becoming a song of healing and restoration. The shadows began to lighten, not disappearing, but returning to their natural state of balance. The shaman fell to his knees, his chanting turning to sobs as the dark wolf's influence dissipated from his spirit. The markings on his face lost their distortion, returning to being sacred symbols of power and wisdom. With tears in his eyes, the healed shaman slowly stood up and gestured toward the sacred drum. "You have proven yourself worthy, young warrior. The drum awaits you." Swift Eagle approached the pedestal reverently. The ancient drum seemed to vibrate with an energy of its own, its carved markings telling stories as old as the plains themselves. As he touched the sacred instrument, a wave of knowledge flowed through him. Visions of his ancestors playing the drum in sacred ceremonies filled his mind. He instinctively understood how its sound could open portals between worlds and harmonize the energies of the earth. The shaman, now free from the influence of the shadows, introduced himself as Hawk's Eye. "For many moons I was guardian of this sacred place, until the dark wolf poisoned my dreams with promises of power. Let me make up for my mistake by helping you on your journey." Together, they left the caves by a different route, emerging into a valley bathed in evening light. Old Bear was waiting for them, nodding approvingly when he saw the drum in Swift Eagle's hands. "You've learned your lesson about balance well," he said, "but your journey is far from over." Hawkeye shared his knowledge about the next sacred object, the bear claw necklace. "It's stored at the top of the Spirit Mountain," he explained, "but the path is dangerous. The Dark Wolf has placed his most powerful servants to protect you." The old bear added, "The necklace is not just an ornament. Each claw contains the strength and wisdom of the great bears that came before me. With it, you will be able to channel the strength of the earth and resist the corruption of the shadows." As they rested around a fire, Swift Eagle practiced with the sacred drum, its beats echoing across the valley. To his surprise, each tap seemed to awaken different aspects of the nature around him. Some taps made plants move, others attracted small animals and certain combinations of rhythms seemed to make the air itself vibrate with energy. Hawkeye watched with interest. "The drum responds to your spirit," he said. "This is rare. Most shamans take years to develop such a connection." He then began teaching Swift Eagle specific rhythms that would be useful on his journey to the mountain. During the night, as his companions slept, Swift Eagle received another visit from the moon spirit. His silver light seemed more intense now, as if he too was gaining strength with each sacred object retrieved. "You are growing in wisdom, young warrior," she said. "But the dark wolf is also growing in power. He senses the threat you pose and is gathering his forces for a direct confrontation." The spirit warned that the climb to the mountain of spirits would be unlike any challenge he had ever faced. There, the border between the physical and spiritual world is thin. You will face not only external enemies, but also your own manifested fears and doubts. The next morning, the small group began the journey towards the mountain. As they got closer, the weather began to change dramatically. Dark clouds formed around the peak, and occasional flashes of lightning illuminated its rocky slopes. The old bear stopped when he reached the base of the mountain. "I can't go beyond this point," he explained. "The mountain is a spiritual realm, and only those who seek the sacred objects can enter. But I can offer one last teaching." He instructed Swift Eagle on how to find his place of power, a state of mind where he could access his full inner strength. "When you are surrounded by illusions and doubts, find that place within yourself. It will be your guide." Hawkeye also shared his wisdom. "The mountain will test your resolve in ways you don't expect. Remember that not everything your eyes see is real, and not everything that is real can be seen." As Swift Eagle began his ascension, the air became thicker with spiritual energy. Shadowed shapes moved on the periphery of his vision, and whispering voices echoed on the wind. He kept a steady rhythm on the sacred drum, using it to dispel the most obvious illusions. The trail wound between ancient rocks covered in sacred symbols. Some he recognized from Grandma Owl's teachings, others were completely strange, seeming to pulse with hidden meanings. The path itself seemed to change when he wasn't looking directly at it. Upon reaching a plateau halfway up the mountain, Swift Eagle found something unexpected: a younger version of himself, crying alone. It was a materialized memory of a moment of great pain in his childhood, when he had doubted his place in the tribe after his father's death. This was the first true test of the mountain, facing your own vulnerabilities. Swift Eagle understood that he could not simply ignore or fight this manifestation. He needed to accept her as part of who he was. Approaching his younger self, Swift Eagle sat down on the side of the demonstration. Gently, he began to play a gentle rhythm on the sacred drum, a sound that spoke of healing and acceptance. The young figure slowly dissolved into light, and he felt a long, fragmented part of his spirit reconnect. Strengthened by this experience, he continued his ascent. The mountain grew steeper and the air thinner. Dark clouds swirled around them, occasionally revealing glimpses of other realities, some beautiful, others disturbing. He remained focused on his goal, using Old Bear's teachings to stay centered. However, the higher it went, the stronger the spiritual resistance became. Shadows began to materialize, in more defined forms, warriors fallen in ancient battles, spirits corrupted by the dark wolf, manifestations of ancient doubts. Using a combination of sacred chants and drum beats, Swift Eagle made his way through these apparitions. Near the summit, he found a circle of ancient totem poles. Each represented a sacred animal, but all had been corrupted, their features distorted by the influence of the shadows. In the center of the circle, floating in a column of dark energy, was the bear claw necklace. Before he could reach it, a familiar laugh echoed through the air. The dark wolf, although not physically present, projected its spectral form onto the sight. "You have come far, young fool," he said, his voice reverberating with evil power. "But here your journey ends." The corrupted spirit began to invoke the most painful memories of not only Swift Eagle, but his entire tribe. The air was filled with the cries of battles past, the cries of hungry children during harsh winters, the wails of elders watching their traditions be lost. Swift Eagle felt the weight of these collective memories, trying to crush him, but he remembered Old Bear's words about finding his place of power. Closing his eyes, he began to beat the drum to a rhythm that came from his own heart, a rhythm that spoke not only of his own strength, but of the resistance of all his people. The painful memories did not disappear, but they began to transform. Each moment of pain now also showed the strength that came later. Each loss revealed the growth it provided. Each challenge highlighted the wisdom gained. The dark wolf roared in frustration as he saw his power being redirected. His spectral form began to solidify, taking on a more physical appearance. It was the first time Swift Eagle had seen him clearly. A gigantic wolf, with fur as black as the darkest night, eyes that burned with corrupt fire, and fangs made of condensed shadows. "If I cannot break your spirit, I will break your body," he roared, charging in to attack. Swift Eagle barely had time to roll to the side, avoiding the shadowy claws. The impact left deep marks in the mountain rock. In the heat of combat, Swift Eagle realized that the dark wolf, when materializing, had made a mistake. In spectral form, he was almost invulnerable. But when he assumed physical form, he became susceptible to the powers of the material world. Combining the sacred chants with the drum beats, Swift Eagle began to weave a web of lunar energy. The power of the moon, channeled through the ancient drum, created patterns of light that surrounded the dark wolf. Each beat of the drum made the light pulse stronger. Each note of the chant made the network denser. The dark wolf tried to break free, but the more he struggled, the more the lunar energy trapped him. "You don't understand what you're doing," he shouted. "Darkness is necessary. Without it, there is no balance." "Darkness is necessary," agreed Swift Eagle, keeping the beat of the drum. "But not corruption. You have forgotten the difference between shadow and evil, between darkness and destruction." At this moment, the moon spirit appeared, its silver light more intense than ever. "My former friend," she said to the dark wolf, her voice thick with compassion. "You have been so lost in your own power that you have forgotten your true purpose." Together, the moon spirit and Swift Eagle began a purification chant. The sacred drum amplified the power of the ceremony, and little by little, the corruption began to dissolve from the wolf's spirit. His shape changed, his black fur gaining silver streaks, his fiery eyes giving way to a deep blue like the night sky. When the transformation was complete, the wolf, now restored as guardian of the night, bowed in acknowledgement. You have freed me from my own darkness, young warrior. The necklace is rightfully yours. Swift Eagle approached the center of the circle of totems, which had now regained their original shapes. Upon touching the bear claw necklace, he felt an immediate connection to the strength of the earth and the wisdom of the ancient guardians. The moon spirit smiled. You have completed more than a search for sacred objects, she said. It has restored an ancient balance and brought healing where there was only conflict. The next challenges will be different, but you are ready for them. As the sun rose over the horizon, Swift Eagle began his descent from the mountain, now accompanied not only by the power of the sacred objects, but also by the deeper wisdom he had gained. His journey was far from over, but each step brought him closer to his destiny as guardian of the balance between light and shadow. The merciless Mexican sun beat down on Dr. Elena Ramirez's skin as she knelt carefully in the red soil of the excavation. His expert fingers delicately removed layers of dirt, revealing what appeared to be the edge of a metallic object. After 15 years dedicated to Mesoamerican archaeology, she had learned to control her anxiety in these moments. But something about this particular artifact made her heart beat faster. Professor Ramirez, the excited voice of his assistant, Miguel Santos, echoed throughout the archaeological site. We found something else in Sector B. Elena raised her eyes, shielding them from the sun with her hand. Miguel was a young doctoral student, full of energy and passion for Aztec history. His constant enthusiasm was contagious, even on the most arduous days of digging. I'll be right there, Miguel. Let me just finish here, she replied, returning her attention to the partially exposed object. With precise movements, Elena continued digging around the artifact. Gradually, a familiar shape began to emerge, a gold medallion with intricate carvings. The object was surprisingly well preserved, as if it had been buried yesterday, rather than hundreds of years ago. As the last speck of dirt was removed, Elena felt a shiver run down her spine. The medallion featured the stylized face of Montezuma II, the last independent Aztec emperor, surrounded by symbols she had never seen on other artifacts from the period. This is extraordinary, she muttered to herself, photographing the object in situ before carefully removing it. The moment his fingers touched the metal, an inexplicable breeze blew through the archaeological site, causing the papers to fly and the protective tarpaulins to shudder. Elena frowned, watching the previously clear sky become overtaken by dark clouds. Dr. Ramirez, Miguel called again, this time with urgency in his voice. I think you need to see this. Elena placed the medallion in an evidence bag and headed to Sector B, where Miguel and 3 other team members were gathered around a new discovery. As she got closer, she realized that they had found an underground chamber. We got a first reading with ground-penetrating radar, explained Dr. David Chen, the team's geophysicist. The chamber appears to extend at least 20 meters in all directions. Elena examined the readings on David's tablet her heart racing again. This hasn't come up in any of our previous surveys. How did we miss something so big? Maybe we didn't lose, suggested Carmen Ortiz, the conservation expert. Maybe I wasn't here before. Carmen's comment provoked an uncomfortable silence among the team. Elena quickly dismissed the absurd idea, but a small part of her mind couldn't ignore the temporal coincidence between the discovery of the locket and the appearance of the chamber. While organizing the equipment for further investigation, Dr. James Walker, a veteran British archaeologist who had recently joined the team, approached Elena. "There's something you need to see in the historical records," he said, handing her a tablet with scanned documents. "I found this in the archives of Oxford University. It is an account by a Spanish conquistador of the last days of Montezuma." Elena began to read the document, her face gradually turning pale. The text described a curse uttered by Montezuma in his final moments, promising that anyone who disrupted his legacy would face vengeance from the Aztec gods. "James, you don't really believe that, do you?" Elena tried to maintain a skeptical, professional tone. "Of course not," he replied, but his gaze betrayed genuine concern. "But you have to admit, the timing is interesting." At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, making everyone startled. The storm that had formed out of nowhere was now directly overhead, with lightning lighting up the dark clouds in a frightening spectacle. "We need to protect the site," shouted Elena, mobilizing the team to cover the exposed areas with tarpaulins. As they worked frantically to protect months of careful excavation, Elena felt the locket in her pocket grow inexplicably hot as he touched it through the fabric of the evidence bag. A series of images invaded his mind. Aztec temples on fire, priests performing mysterious rituals, and Montezuma's face, contorted in an expression of fury and promise of revenge. Elena staggered, almost falling, but Miguel caught her in time. "Teacher, are you okay?" Yes, she replied automatically, but she knew she was lying. Something had fundamentally changed that day, and she could feel that her orderly academic life was about to plunge into much deeper and more turbulent waters than she had ever imagined. As the storm intensified, Elena couldn't help but think about the words in the document James had shown her. What if the curse was real? What if, by unearthing that locket, she had unleashed something that should have remained buried? Night fell early over the archaeological site, forcing the team to suspend work. As they put away the equipment, Elena observed Carmen photographing strange symbols that had inexplicably appeared on the excavation walls. Symbols that were definitely not there in the morning. "Tomorrow," thought Elena, "we will begin to understand what we have really discovered here." But a voice in her mind, a voice that sounded ancient and ominous, whispered that she had already set events in motion that could not be stopped. The locket in his pocket remained warm, a silent promise that his life, and possibly that of his entire team, was about to change forever. The night slowly dragged on in the makeshift camp near the archaeological site. Elena couldn't sleep, tossing and turning restlessly on her camp bed, while the locket, now stored in a special security box, seemed to pulse with an energy of its own on the other side of the tent. The events of the previous day continued to torment her. The visions he saw when he touched the medallion were too vivid to be just a product of his exhausted imagination. He got up and, with a flashlight, looked again at his notes on the mysterious symbols that had appeared on the walls of the excavation. Dr. Ramirez, Carmen's voice sounded from outside the tent. Sorry to bother you so late, but I think you need to see this. Elena found her fellow conservationist holding a laptop, her face illuminated by the bluish screen. The photos I took of the symbols, they changed. What do you mean? They changed. Elena frowned, picking up the computer. The images Carmen had photographed during the afternoon now showed different patterns, as if the symbols themselves had rearranged themselves on the walls. Even more disturbing, they seemed to form a coherent message. I managed to make a preliminary translation, Carmen said, her voice shaking slightly. It's a warning, Professor. It talks about those who disturb the Emperor's sleep. A sharp scream cut through the night, coming from the direction of the archaeological site. Elena and Carmen ran outside, finding other team members already on the move. Miguel was at the front of the group, his flashlight dancing frantically over the entrance to the newly discovered chamber. There's something down there, he shouted, his voice mixing fear and excitement. I saw lights as if they were burning torches. Dr. James Walker arrived at the scene, adjusting his glasses. Impossible. We sealed the entrance completely before. His words were interrupted by a deep, resonant sound coming from the depths of the earth, like an ancient drum beating in a steady rhythm. The ground beneath his feet vibrated gently in time. Elena felt an inexplicable compulsion to return to her tent. Running back, he opened the security box and grabbed the locket, which was now warm to the touch. As I held it, the visions returned, but this time with more clarity. He saw Aztec priests performing a complex ritual, depositing sacred objects in secret chambers. Each object was part of a larger set, a key to something much more significant. The medallion was just the first. Teacher! Miguel had followed her to the tent. The symbols on the walls, they're glowing. Back at the farm, Elena witnessed an impossible spectacle. The hieroglyphics emitted a faint greenish light, pulsing in time with the underground drum. Dr. Chen was using his equipment to take readings. The electromagnetic activity is off the charts, he reported, his eyes fixed on the monitors. And there's something else. The radar is detecting changes in the structure of the underground chamber. It's as if it's expanding. Elena held the locket tightly, feeling it resonate with the vibrations of the place. A sudden realization hit her. It's not the chamber that's changing, she said. It's our perception of it. The locket, it's a key. He approached the chamber entrance, ignoring his team's protests. The medallion seemed to come to life in his hands, the carvings glowing with the same greenish light as the symbols on the walls. Elena, no. James tried to stop her, but she was already too close to the entrance. The medallion suddenly began to levitate, pulling Elena toward the darkness of the chamber. On impulse, she released it, and the object floated to a perfectly carved recess in the wall that no one had noticed before. The moment the medallion clicked into place, the ground shook violently. The team retreated, except Elena, who remained mesmerized by the spectacle before her. The walls of the chamber seemed to dissolve, revealing a much wider and more elaborate corridor, with walls covered in jade and gold. "My God," whispered Carmen, who had approached with her camera. "It's a temple, an entire Aztec temple, perfectly preserved." Dr. Chen consulted his equipment, again in disbelief. "That's impossible. Nothing like that showed up on the scanners, until now." "Because it wasn't here to be found," Elena replied, her voice distant. "I was waiting for the locket, waiting for us." The torches along the corridor began to spontaneously light up, revealing a sequence of chambers that extended far beyond what his eyes could see. On the walls, elaborate murals told a story that Elena was beginning to understand. "It's not just a curse," she explained, translating the symbols as she moved down the hall. "It's a test. Montezuma didn't just want to protect his treasures. He wanted to make sure they fell into the right hands." James approached, fascinated by the murals. "But why? Why so much elaboration?" "Because," Elena stopped before a particularly impressive mural, showing a figure that could only be Montezuma, wielding an object of unimaginable power. What he protected was far more important than any material treasure. The underground drum increased its rhythm, and more symbols began to glow along the walls, forming a path that stretched deep into the temple. Elena knew they had crossed the point of no return. The true nature of their discovery was just beginning to reveal itself, and with it, the true dangers they would face. Miguel, who was frantically photographing everything, suddenly stopped. "Teacher, look." He pointed to a sequence of symbols that had just lit up. "These are coordinates from other locations. Other medallions," Elena added, her mind quickly connecting the dots. "This is just the first. There are more, much more to be found." A supernatural wind blew through the corridor, extinguishing some torches and lighting others, as if the temple itself was trying to show them the way forward. Elena felt the weight of the responsibility she had taken on by unearthing the medallion. It wasn't just an archaeological discovery. It was the beginning of a journey that could reveal secrets capable of changing the understanding of human history. And somewhere, deep within that impossible temple, something awaited his arrival. Elena and her team cautiously advanced through the temple corridor, their footsteps echoing off the ancient jade and gold walls. The air was thick with a mix of expectation and apprehension. The coordinates discovered by Miguel had revealed the location of 4 more medallions, spread across different archaeological sites in Mexico. "We need to document everything before moving forward," said Carmen, methodically photographing each section of the walls. "I've never seen anything like this in my entire career." Dr. Chen continued to monitor his equipment, which was now giving out increasingly erratic readings. "The energy in this place, it's like we're inside a living electromagnetic field." As they continued, Elena noticed that the murals on the walls were beginning to tell a darker story. The images showed Montezuma conferring with his priests, preparing for something far beyond the arrival of the Spanish conquerors. "Look at this," called James, shining a light on a particularly well-preserved panel. "It seems that Montezuma knew his empire would fall. These rituals, he was preparing something for the future." Elena translated the inscriptions adjacent to the mural. He wasn't just preparing for the fall. He was creating a mechanism for Resurrection. A sudden tremor shook the temple, causing small fragments of stone to fall from the ceiling. Miguel, who was a few meters ahead, cried out in surprise as the ground beneath his feet began to move. Miguel! Elena ran towards him, but stopped abruptly when she saw what was happening. The floor was reconfiguring itself, forming an elaborate Aztec calendar in high relief. In the center, a circular depression seemed to wait for something. Something the exact size of the medallion they had found. It's a mechanism, noted Dr. Chen, passing his sensors over the structure. The entire temple is a giant machine, and the medallions are the keys. Elena examined the symbols around the calendar. Each medallion represents a different element: water, fire, air, earth, and something else. This one we found is earth. But what is all this for? Asked Carmen, her camera clicking incessantly. Before Elena could respond, a new sound echoed down the hall. A distant chant, in a language none of them knew, but one that made everyone's blood run cold. We're not alone here, James whispered, his voice tense. The chanting grew louder, and with it, the torches on the walls began to dance in a hypnotic pattern. Elena felt an ancient and powerful presence manifesting around them. We need to keep going, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. The coordinates of the other medallions. We need to find them before... Before what, teacher? Miguel asked, his face pale in the flickering light. Before others find them, Elena added, realizing they weren't the only ones who knew about the medallions. As if to confirm their fears, sounds of footsteps began to echo from a side passage they hadn't noticed before. Elena signaled the team to hide behind a nearby column. 3 figures emerged from the passage, dressed in modern clothing, but carrying symbols that Elena recognized as belonging to an ancient Aztec order. They stood in front of the calendar, on the floor, talking in low voices. It's the Guardians, Elena whispered to her team, mentioned in ancient texts. I thought they were just legends. The Guardians performed a brief ritual in front of the calendar and then moved on, disappearing into another passage. When the sound of their footsteps dissipated, the team came out of their hiding place. They're also looking for the medallions, James said. That complicates things. Elena took a closer look at the symbols around the calendar. It's not just a matter of finding the medallions. Each one must be activated in a specific order during certain astronomical alignments. Dr. Chen consulted his data. The next significant alignment is in 3 days, during the equinox. So, we have 3 days to find the next medallion, Elena concluded. The coordinates point to a location near Teotihuacan. A new tremor shook the temple, this time stronger. Larger fragments began to fall from the ceiling, and the distant chant returned, more intense and menacing. We need to get out of here, Carmen shouted, securing her equipment. The team ran back down the main hallway as the temple seemed to awaken around them. The walls vibrated with ancient energy, and the symbols glowed more and more brightly. Arriving at the entrance, Elena looked back one last time. The temple was transforming again, returning to its previous appearance of a simple underground chamber. What happened in there? Miguel began, still panting. It stays between us, added Elena. At least for now, if the Guardians are involved. We need to be extremely cautious. Outside, under the starry Mexican sky, the team met to plan their next move. Elena knew they were embarking on something much bigger than a simple archaeological expedition. We have to split up, she decided. James and Carmen, you continue documenting this site. Miguel and Dr. Chen will come with me to Teotihuacan. What about the Guardians? James asked. They have their own goals, Elena replied. We need to find out if they are allies or enemies before it's too late. The Earth Medallion, still embedded in the temple wall, emitted one last glow before extinguishing completely, as if recognizing that the first part of its mission was accomplished. The race against time had begun, and Elena knew that every decision from that moment on could have consequences that would extend far beyond the academic world. Dawn found Elena, Miguel, and Dr. Chen on the road to Teotihuacan. The off-road vehicle cut through the arid landscape, while Elena studied the documents about the next medallion, which, according to the coordinates, would be related to the water element. The notes mention an underwater chamber, Elena explained, scanning the papers. The Aztecs were known for building complex hydraulic systems beneath their temples. But Teotihuacan was not an Aztec city, Miguel observed. It's much older. Exactly, Elena replied, which suggests that Montezuma not only hid the medallions, but chose places of power that existed long before his time. Dr. Chen, who was driving the vehicle, consulted his instruments on the dashboard. Electromagnetic readings are increasing as we get closer, similar to what we detected at the first temple. Arriving in Teotihuacan, they found the place already busy with early bird tourists. Elena had obtained special authorization to access restricted areas of the archaeological site thanks to her contacts at the National Institute of Anthropology and History. The exact point should be close to the Pyramid of the Moon, said Elena, consulting her GPS. But we need to be discreet. The Guardians could be watching as they walked among the ancient structures. Elena noticed familiar symbols etched into some of the stones, subtle markings that ordinary tourists would never notice, but that, to her trained eye, formed a clear pattern. It's a map, she whispered, discreetly photographing the markings with her cell phone. The Aztecs superimposed their own messages on Teotihuacan structures. Miguel, who had gone a few meters ahead, waved urgently to them. Teacher, I found something. As they approached, they saw a small opening at the base of a smaller structure, partially hidden by vegetation. Dr. Chen ran his sensors through the entrance. There is a significant chamber just below, he confirmed. And water, lots of water. Elena was about to enter when she noticed movement out of the corner of her eye. A group of 3 people, apparently ordinary tourists, watched them with great interest. The Guardians, she murmured. We need to act quickly. Equipped with flashlights and basic diving equipment that they had brought in anticipation of this situation, they entered the passage. The tunnel spiraled downward, the walls covered with reliefs that told the story of water in Aztec cosmology. The medallion must be underwater somewhere, Elena said, shining a light on a mural showing priests performing rituals in a flooded chamber. They arrived at a circular room where the crystal-clear water reflected their lights. In the center, a submerged platform was visible through the clear water. I'm going down, Elena decided, adjusting her diving gear. Teacher, wait. Miguel pointed to the walls. Symbols began to glow with the same greenish light they had witnessed in the Ibarra first temple. The water began to churn, forming circular patterns that looked unnatural. Dr. Chen checked his instruments, alarmed. The energy is increasing exponentially, he warned. It's like the water is alive. Elena dove in before they could stop her. Underwater, the world took on a dreamlike quality. The light coming from the walls created hypnotic patterns in the water, and she could have sworn she heard distant singing, as if coming from the depths themselves. On the submerged platform, he found a fitting similar to the one in the first temple, but the medallion wasn't there. In its place was a carved message in ancient Nahuatl. When Elena emerged, she found Miguel and Dr. Chen in a defensive position. The three guardians had caught up to them. The medallion isn't here, one of them said in perfect Spanish. We've been moving it for decades. Who are you really? Asked Elena, removing her diving gear. We are the ones who keep the balance, an older guardian replied. What you unleashed in the first temple set in motion forces you do not understand. The resurrection that Montezuma planned, Elena argued. It's not just about power. It's about lost knowledge. Knowledge that has a price, warned the third guardian. Each activated medallion has consequences. You can feel it now, can't you? The changes in the weather, the inexplicable phenomena. Elena thought about the strange events they had witnessed since discovering the first locket. Where's the water medallion? The guardians exchanged glances. We'll go our separate ways for now, the older guardian said, handing Elena a small paper with coordinates. But remember, not all secrets are meant to be revealed. Before they could question further, the guardians disappeared into the shadows of the tunnel, leaving Elena and her team with more questions than answers. The coordinates point to Xochicalco, Miguel said, examining the paper. It's a place known for its astronomical observatories. The air medallion, Elena concluded. We have less than 2 days until the equinox. Dr. Chen checked his instruments one last time. The readings suggest that the activation of the first medallion is causing a chain reaction. If we don't find and activate the next one in the correct sequence, what Montezuma planned could get out of control, added Elena, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. As they left the submerged chamber, Elena couldn't help but think about the guardian's words. What exactly had they unleashed? And more importantly, would they be prepared for the consequences of awakening a power that had remained dormant for centuries? The answer, she feared, lay in the heavens themselves, which were already beginning to show signs of change as the equinox approached. The sun was setting on the horizon when Elena, Miguel, and Dr. Chen arrived in Xochicalco. The ancient astronomical observatory cast long shadows across the rugged terrain, while unsettling clouds moved quickly across the sky. The equinox is tomorrow, said Elena, consulting her data. We need to find the air medallion and understand how to activate it in the correct sequence. Dr. Chen constantly checked his instruments, which emitted increasingly erratic signals. Electromagnetic activity is more intense than ever. It's as if the air itself is charged with energy. As they climbed toward the observatory, Miguel noticed familiar patterns in the rocks, the same symbols as Teotihuacan, Professor. The Aztecs definitely modified this place as well. Elena was studying every detail of the structures when her phone vibrated. A message from Carmen at the first site. Changes to temple inscriptions. New symbols appearing. James is documenting everything. The wind began to increase dramatically, bringing with it a sound reminiscent of distant singing. Elena recognized the pattern. It was similar to what they had heard in the first temple. This way, Miguel called, discovering a narrow entrance at the base of the observatory. The symbols lead in that direction. As they entered the passage, their flashlights revealed a circular chamber with a roof open to the sky. In the center, an elaborately carved pedestal stood tall, but the air medallion was not there. Too late, said a familiar voice. The older guardian emerged from the shadows, accompanied by her companions. But maybe it's not by chance. Elena noticed that they were carrying the locket. You led us here deliberately. We needed to be sure, the guardian replied. What Montezuma planned is not just a resurrection ritual. It is a choice. The wind inside the chamber began to circulate in a supernatural way, forming small whirlpools of visible energy. Dr. Chen watched his instruments in amazement. The confluence is beginning, said one of the guardians. The equinox alignment. The medallions. It's all part of a larger mechanism. Elena began to understand. The elements are not just symbols. They are keys to something deeper, a transformation. The guardian nodded, extending the air medallion to Elena. Now you understand why secrets were protected for so long. The power for change that Montezuma hid was not for revenge, but for renewal. As Elena held the medallion, visions flooded her mind. She saw ancient civilizations in harmony with natural forces that modern science was barely beginning to understand. He saw lost knowledge that could transform the world or destroy it. The four elements, when united, explained the guardian, open a portal to ancient wisdom, but this knowledge demands a price. Miguel and Dr. Chen approached, feeling the growing energy in the chamber. The wind now swirled in complex patterns, creating luminous symbols in the air. The Earth Medallion has awakened the ancient foundations, the guardian continued. That of water, which we keep safe, governs the tides of change. This, of air, controls the winds of destiny. And the last, fire, Elena added, the ultimate catalyst, which must be activated at the exact moment of the equinox, confirmed the guardian. But first, you must make your choice. Elena looked at her team, at the guardians, at the symbols dancing in the air. What choice between knowledge and safety? Replied the guardian. What Montezuma preserved could transform human understanding of the universe, but it could also unleash forces beyond our control. The wind picked up, and through the opening in the ceiling, Elena saw the stars aligning in meaningful patterns. The moment of decision was approaching. That's why you tested us, she realized. It wasn't about finding the medallions, but about understanding their true nature. Each generation has its guardians, said the old woman, and every era has its moment of choice. Elena held the air medallion tightly, feeling its power resonate with the first medallion, still in the original temple. An ancient connection awakened, promising revelations beyond imagination. It's not a choice between knowledge and safety, she finally declared. It's about wisdom, to use what we discover. The guardians exchanged looks of approval. The wind in the chamber began to calm down, forming one last pattern of symbols in the air. The fire medallion is in Malinalco, revealed the guardian, where the eagle warriors performed their rituals. You have until the equinox to make the final activation. Elena looked at her team, who nodded in silent agreement. They had started out as archaeologists, searching for artifacts, but now they were part of something much bigger, guardians of knowledge that could change the world. Montezuma's curse, she reflected, was never a curse. It was a test, a path for those who were ready. As they left the observatory under the starry sky, Elena knew that the real journey was just beginning. The air medallion gently pulsed in their hands, a reminder of the power and responsibility they had assumed. Somewhere, the fire medallion waited, the last key to knowledge that had lain dormant for centuries. And with the equinox approaching, the time for the final choice and its consequences was almost upon us. The wind blew one last time, carrying with it echoes of ancient wisdom, as Elena and her team prepared for the final chapter of their extraordinary discovery. The real curse, she now knew, was not what was buried, but the weight of the choice they would have to make.